Welcome back for those of you who experienced our technical difficulty. We're back on live, and for those of you who are wondering how this all works, we are on the Saints News Network YouTube channel, and you can get on that from Facebook, as well as, I think, our website. And I want to direct you, if you're thinking about making a gift today, I want to direct you to our website, which is probably the easiest way to make a gift, and you can certainly do that. But I would like to, I was in the middle when we kind of crashed, I was in the middle of thanking some people, so I'd like to do that again, because it's very important that these people are noticed and thanked properly. First of all, Andrew Wagner, Hayden Ball, Sean Noonan, Steve South, Robert Goodman, Brian Newell, thank you so much for making a gift to the Tom Kural 72 Scholarship Fund. John Gowen, Dario Ferrari, Andrew Costanola, Ron Raymond, Steve South, yours truly, and my wife Diana, Matt Gialoni, Brian Johnson, Mark Covarrubias, Sean Ducey, Elaine Burrell, Don Eklund. Thank you so much, everyone. And we have four, since we broke down, we have four new gifts. One from Eleanor D'Agostino, Christy Smarkos, Winnie Arn, former teacher here at St. Augustine High School, and a mainstay at football games and basketball games and pretty much everything that rolls Saints, and Mark Johnson, who is very active alumni. We're so grateful to all of you for being part of this. It's with deep appreciation that we thank you for helping create a very special fund. And I just want to, I did note what the fund was for. This scholarship fund is a very special one in that it's going to help young boys come to this school that are underserved from Catholic elementary schools in the urban core of San Diego. And we have been actively trying different things to not only help them, but help ourselves. And we have found some kind of remarkable ways of bringing more and more students to Saints that really, they really want to come here. They want to be Saintsmen, but their family might just lack the resources for them to be here. Now, this endowment fund that I'm talking about was founded in 1997 by Father John Sanders on the occasion of our 75th anniversary, school anniversary. And what they did is they formed a corpus then of $750,000. This kind of moved along for a while until I came on board in 2006, but really couldn't do a whole lot with the endowment fund when we were trying to rebuild the campus. But once that ended in 2018, the board of directors made a decision that we should, as fast as possible, create an endowment fund that was strong, bold, and would help kids long into the future. So our endowment fund is a restricted fund. The money that you give will be money that will be there for years and years to come, and we'll be giving scholarship money. The yield off of that fund will go to help young boys go to St. Augustine High School and help them live out their dreams of being a Saintsman. So we're somewhere in the vicinity because we have money coming in some large chunks, but I think it's safe to say that we're certainly in the $13 to $14 million range. When we started this in 2018, we were at about $4.5 million. So we've made really super good progress, and this is going to really create the impetus for the Augustinian mission to live out in this school for years and years to come, but it has to be stronger. Just think, and this is, I throw this out here because it's a number that, when you think about it, it's a pretty strong argument for the endowment fund. $20 million in the endowment fund, in the corpus, the body, represents $1 million a year in perpetuity to financial assistance. Our goal by 2038 is to be at $40 million, which is $2 million a year. And you can just imagine what that means into our school operating budget to be able to have this other income flow other than tuition be helping mitigate the rise of tuition, which we're very, very concerned about here at the school, because it is important for us to have all kids who want to be Saintsmen have the opportunity to come to the school. And we certainly don't want income to be a reason why some students might not choose to come. I'd like to just go over real briefly some of the things that we're going to be doing today. I think there's some outstanding interviews that you will see. And there's one that's going to follow me that we did last week, and it's with 4 seniors. They're in the ASB. They really speak directly to the heart of the matter of what it means to be a Saintsman, what this school is all about, and that's going to be following me in just a second. But we also have an interview that we'll do right here in the studio with Phil Barney, class of 1964, that I think you'll find very, very fascinating. Mike Hopp, you're going to get a synopsis of what the basketball season's going to be like this next year. They're either 4-0 right now or 5-0. They've just won the Madison tournament, and so that's going to be on tap a little later. They look like they're going to be great again. We have Matt Ryan, class of 2011, so a relatively young Saintsman grad who is a founder at Focused Mission Financial. He's a CFA, and I think you'll find that also very interesting. This one is a teacher, a graduate in the class of 1990, Bob Duffy, who graduated from Saints, went to Villanova University, stayed back in the Philadelphia area because his family lived back there, and has made a decision to come back to his home at Saints. And so he's a first-year teacher at St. Augustine High School right now, and he offers some reflections as well about what it means to be a Saintsman. Our Saints chaplain, Father Max Villanueva, somewhere around noon, we have an interview with him, followed by Brendan Johnson, classics teacher, as well as our head soccer coach. They play today at Scripps Ranch, and they will have a huge match on Thursday with Loyola High School, 2 of the premier soccer programs in Southern California. And that, if you want to attend that, it'll be at 3 o'clock on our home field. And we'd love to have you here. Tom Doyle, our Alumni Association president, will be here at 1 to kind of talk about things that the Alumni Association is planning and doing. And then we're going to bring back this panel. If you miss this next panel discussion, the 4 students, at about 1:30, we're going to play that again. We think it's pretty special, and we think it says a lot about who we are. After that, we have Charlie Carencross, chairman of the Saints Alumni Association Professional Network Group. He'll be offering, it's a brand new group, and he'll be offering some notice about that. And then Eric Dent, of course, our rugby coach, offering a kind of a preview of their season. And then we'll be kind of wrapping it up somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock. Anyway, without further ado, I would like to introduce this next about a 30-minute panel discussion with our students. So enjoy. Gall, his scholarship. Have any of you guys had Mr. Goodall for a class? Okay, I'd like just kind of maybe a story or two. I know he's a character. He has a lot of fun in class, but he's also one of the all-time great teachers here.
I was one of the privileged few who had Mr. Kural as a freshman going into Honors English 1, and I had heard lots of stories about Mr. Kural. I'd heard that he was called the big man on campus when he used to be here, and when I met him, I would like to say that I was pleasantly surprised. He was the big man on campus, personality-wise, and one of my favorite stories from his class as a freshman is that he would really inspire us to get out of our comfort zone. You never knew what was going to happen in the next class of English. And for us, our freshman year, Mr. Kural taught us speech. And I remember a key story that I'm pretty sure he'll remember too, is that a lot of us really struggled in his class with speech. We were shy. We were, I guess, more of the nerdy, quiet kids. But he really pushed us to get out of our comfort zone with all his exuberant stories of such. So I remember going into speech class, and I knew that I wanted that A badly for Mr. Kural. And in order to do it, I had to do something as outlandish or even more outlandish than he did. So I remember getting up on a speech, and in order to really motivate the class, I took my shirt off and gave a speech on working out and the benefits of working out. And to this day, it's what he still remembers, and I think he's what really motivated me to become a leader and embrace my public speaking capabilities and get out of my comfort zone.
Okay. I noticed a couple of other hands went up. Miles, there you go.
So I had Mr. Kural my junior year for English 3A, and he's definitely a fun guy to have in the classroom. But outside of the classroom, I had him for intercession, sports fishing. Had never gone fishing before, and after getting out on the sea with the guy, he's been really helpful. And I mean, fishing's become a new hobby for me. And any question I have, definitely always going to Mr. Kural. I mean, him and Mr. DeLuise kind of butt heads on what the best gear is to use, but I always go for Mr. Kulal's opinion on just about anything when it comes to riding, fishing. He's just someone who is there for you in the classroom and for anything in between.
So I'm going to ask you a tricky question, Miles. So we have this thing called intercession, right? And that's where you're doing the sports fishing, I presume. And some people might question the validity of sports fishing in the month of January for a couple of weeks instead of going, to school. What would you say to that?
I mean, for kids who have put in the time academically, sometimes it's just really nice to have a break. But for your academic wars, they still have opportunities for them. And my sophomore year, I took marine biology, which sounds like a really, really fancy term, something really academically prosperous, but it was scuba diving. I have a diving license from that class, and I think intercession acts as a really good bridge between academics and fun. And I think you learn valuable things from extracurricular things provided by St. Augustine.
Mm-hmm. So it wasn't all lost. There was you can now tackle a large marlin, I suppose, and know what you're doing, right?
Thanks to Mr. Kural, definitely.
Yeah. So I also noticed you kind of like the sea, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're there like anytime you can. Daniel, did you have, or excuse me, Thomas, did you have Mr. Kural?
I did not.
You did not.
Yes.
Yeah. So why don't? Yeah, I like these stories because this guy Tom Kural has been here 45 years as a teacher, and he graduated from here in '72, and there are so many countless people that he has touched, and he's obviously touched you guys. So Landon, what's your story about Mr. Kural?
So the kind of word on the street with Mr. Kural is like he's kind of like a stern guy, doesn't really play around that much, a little difficult class. But being on ASB, he's the junior class moderator. So going out and out of school, going to see events, like different places to have events, it kind of opened a new kind of side of Mr. Kural that I've never seen, that I really enjoy kind of being with. And even although he may be serious in the classroom at certain times, seeing the fun side of him really kind of built the connection I have with him, because it's not just teacher student learning. Mm-hmm. It's going out and doing new things and having fun with a teacher that you never thought you could do before. And just seeing that side of Mr. Kural, his personality and the fun side of him, just kind of made that connection stronger, which I really loved.
That's great. Well, he certainly has made an impact. I mean, he was an administrator here. He obviously teacher. I think he even ran the ASB at one point in his life. So he has all that kind of back in his quiver, so to speak. But Miles, you mentioned a word, and you mentioned that it's fun. Now, St. Augustine High School is school. School, most guys would not say school is fun, but it is a word that I hear more and more parents use with their young freshmen. And I'm wondering how fun translates into your life here at the school, where you find it. So be thinking about that. And maybe just a word or two about a phenomenal faculty member that I know runs ASB, and I would like you guys to really talk about him a little bit too, because I think he also, when you talk about developing leaders, right? I mean, it comes right directly from his office, and yet he's like this giant magnet, and everybody just like wants to be around him all the time, including me. I mean, I go over to his office like almost daily just to check out what's on his mind, and it's usually not anything that's on my mind. So, fun. Is St. Augustine High School, by and large, a fun place to be?
Yeah, I honestly think 100%. One of the biggest things here, I believe, that we have is our ASB program. It's led by a very good guy, Dr. Osberg, and the ASB work together throughout the summer, throughout the school year, to create, fun events and stuff to do. Because, yeah, we have hard classes. Yeah, it's stressful. But having these lunch events maybe twice a week or once a week to kind of like let the students kind of like ease up a little bit and kind of like do something, it's a great thing, because it kind of just takes the stress off students and kind of gives them a sense like of happiness and just like an extra thing to keep them going, keep them motivated throughout the week, and just keep the fun going. We also have our rallies put on by ASB, which I could say are pretty different from other schools, the type of stuff that we have. Whether it was the bubble soccer that we have or the WWE wrestling from a few years back, but stuff like that just kind of pits the little edge on our school compared to other schools, and the difference it kind of makes on kids, because we look forward to stuff like that. Being on ASB for 3 years, I love ASB. Like going out and doing stuff for other people as well, doing stuff for the other students, hearing their suggestions and to try to make other people's experience better. Mm-hmm. It's one thing I really love doing as well. So,
I think a lot of positive things could be said about our ASB program at Saints, and one of them is how they develop leaders on campus. Both Landon and I were kind of tossed into the deep end straight off the bat. Landon became the sophomore class president, and I became the junior class president with no ASB experience before. So it seemed like such a daunting task, but again, with that sense of community and that sense of brotherhood, I felt that everyone on ASB was there to help me become a leader, was there to guide me through every step. The seniors from last year, the junior class president from last year, was the one who really helped me and guided me on that path, and he gave me a lot of pointers and tips to where when I was stressed out because it was managing a lot of things at the same time, having those brothers beside you to get through it all really helped. And the sense of leadership on ASB is absolutely amazing under Dr. Gall.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to hear from all of you on that. I know that it's a very important part of your experience here at Saints. So, yeah, fun, leadership, because everybody talks about being a leader, but how is that actually done? What is the process for creating leadership? I mean, as you see it in yourself.
I think very few people are just naturally born leaders, and I feel like some have the capabilities and ability to lead, and it just needs to be kind of brought to the surface or pushed out a little bit. And I think Dr. Go does a great job of doing that. Sometimes you need a little bit of a shove. It might be a little uncomfortable in the beginning, but especially at somewhere like St. Augustine, you might feel uncomfortable in the beginning, but once everyone's loving you up in the stands, you definitely bridge out a little bit. And I think our ASB program, although we have elections and things like that, Dr. Go does a great job of making that something attainable for anybody. With we have appointed positions, so yeah, you may have lost your election, but we had one guy who lost and came on as he was the director of care, and got to lead us on campus. And so if you're looking for that aspect to kind of become a leader on campus and get involved, even if you may not win the popularity contest, if it's something you want, Dr. Go will make it happen.
Yeah. Good. Thomas?
And I know we've been talking a lot about ASB, but I think another aspect of leadership that we don't really mention a lot is our campus ministry team with our big brothers, our loyal sons. It's kind of like a way for to help us grow spiritually, to help us to become better men for the world. So I feel like our campus ministry team with Miss Hammock, Miss Brophy, they're able to help shape more leaders on this campus with our big brother groups who lead our retreats, as we help to shape the future generation, like helping the freshmen out, helping out the sophomores with their retreats, kind of bringing a new formation to this school to help better the minds of everyone.
Well, you know, St. Augustine High School is a very complicated place, and 53% of the young men that attend the school are on financial assistance, and the school is currently putting out $4.6 million a year so that all these boys can come to this school and who want to be here. And we are trying to build an endowment fund that will grow and grow and grow. And someday you guys will be contributing to the endowment fund too. I mean, it's not something that is going to go away. It's really a lifelong pursuit for the school because it means opportunity for young men. And I know a few of you are on financial aid, and I would like you just to kind of talk about what that means.
Of course. So for me, I'm on financial aid. Personally, I wouldn't be able to attend the school without it. So it really means a lot for me because I feel like the school has helped me become the person that I am today, helped to shape me to become a good leader, to become an even better man. So I feel like giving for financial aid is really important because it helps students like me, like some of the guys at this table, to truly experience what a great place this school is, and it really helps them to become better people.
Thank you.
While I can't personally attest to the financial aid we have available on campus, I have a few friends who are on financial aid, and just to, especially having lived through it, for kids who otherwise wouldn't be able to have access to the opportunities at St. Augustine, the fact that we have institutions and the ability to give to kids like that, I think, is really, it's something that really effectively reaches the goal of St. Augustine and what the St. Augustine would want from us to kind of bridge that gap between kids who otherwise wouldn't even look here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Miles.
I am one of those kids who would not be here without financial aid 100%. It was after 8th grade, I was not planning to attend Catholic high school. The cost is relatively high. It's more than some colleges. And I thought, you know, my dreams were gone and stuff like that. Because I had heard stuff about Saints. I attended the open house. I had attended 8th grade visitation. And that's where all of my friends were going. It's where all of their older brothers, older cousins had gone. And I had heard such fun things about the school. And I was really disappointed that I was going to have to leave that behind. I was going to have to go to public school. And I wouldn't get to experience the high school experience that I really wanted. But through financial aid, I was able to come here at Saints, and it's why I'm here today. And I think that the endowment fund will really, truly help a lot of students excel at this school. Coming into Saints, or I did not know that I was going to end up as executive president one day. I didn't know if I was going to be able to take the rigorous classes that I'm taking and excel in them as I have done now. So I think that that fund is something that's truly special, and it's going to really give back to the community. And I plan on giving back to the fund when I'm older as an alumni. And I'm truly grateful for the opportunity it's given me, and I want to give other students that opportunity to excel and truly enjoy their high school experience and live the one that they want.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, personally for me, like Miles, I am not on financial aid, but like all you guys said, it's having that option is what could really, in my opinion, change someone's life and how they kind of grow up through their teenage years and throughout high school, because the stuff you get here you don't see anywhere else. So having that option and having that ability to use the resources, in my opinion, is just a great thing that we're all grateful for all those that need it.
Yeah, you know, you guys it was kind of an interesting, when we opened this panel up, I think you're the chair of the African American Society, you've got the Asian
American
Alliance,
Alliance.
you're Chaldean something or other, and yet there's unity here. Mm-hmm. We have all these separate things that we're doing, celebrating culture, but yet we've got this overriding culture that's St. Augustine High School. Well, how does that all play out?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we're brothers. No matter what we look like, what our skin color is, where we came from. At the end of the day, we're all brothers, and that's the bigger picture. But it's also a great thing to have, you know, like you said, culture celebrations, because no matter where we came from, we're all proud of our backgrounds. We're all proud of the traditions, the celebrations, the languages, the food, all that stuff. So it's a great thing to have the unity, the brotherhood. It's also a great thing to, you know, celebrate all cultures, because, you know, there's a lot of people in the school that share cultures, whether it's the Mexican Club, Black Student Union American Alliance, Asian American Alliance, or a Chaldean Club. So it's great to like just all come together and learn more about your culture and also celebrate at the same time with people as well.
I totally agree with what Landon's saying, and the Culture Club, some may see it as a divide, but I really do not think so. In the Asian American Alliance, I know that we have a couple members who are not ethnically Asian, and they're here to learn about our club, and they're here to really respect it, and they've actually been doing a lot of stuff for our club. Like last year, a couple of them helped with the Balikbayan box, which is a donation that is sent down to the Philippines. And I know a lot of them weren't Filipino who helped with that donation. So I think that's super important to recognize that here at Saints, we're trying to teach other cultures about our culture in order to spread cultural awareness and really bring us all together. Because like Landon said, we're all brothers, skin, ethnicity, all that does not matter here. And everyone is the same in the eyes of God.
Well said. Miles, do you have anything you'd like to add or comment on?
So as the president of our Black Student Union on campus, same as the Asian American Club, a lot of our members aren't African or of African descent or anything like that. They just appreciate what the culture has to bring to the table. And I think like the overarching theme of like St. Augustine culture is, I think I couldn't tell you how many times I've had a jacket or a backpack on with the STA on it, and someone's come up to talk to me. Some haven't even been Saintsmen, but just know the reputation that comes with being a Saintsman. And I feel like coming to St. Augustine, that's something that you're really drawn into through your teachers and sports and other clubs we have on campus, just to become, once you're a part of it, regardless of if you graduated in 97 or 24, you're always going to be a part of it.
Right.
So I know I'm not like a part of any of the culture clubs here at Saints, but I am a club coordinator, so I'm in contact with a lot of these guys. I'm in contact with some of the other like maybe not well as known culture clubs. So like we have the Greco-Slavic club, we have the Italian club. So we're kind of opening our pathways for students to be able to truly express their culture to others. And like these guys said, you don't necessarily have to be of that culture to be in that club. It's just showing that you are appreciative of who they are, of their backgrounds, and it's just a great way for Saintsmen to really experience different cultures and to learn to appreciate others.
Well, I really appreciate the four of you spending some time with me today. I've learned a lot just listening to you talk about the school, and I should probably know all this stuff, but I'm just the president, so sometimes some of the things that you talked about escape me. But I want to tell our audience out there, if you, I think you could appreciate this conversation that we've just had. I think you can see the value in a Saints education. And if you're willing and you're able, you can go to our website and you can make a donation to the Tom Kural Class of '72 Scholarship. And it aids guys just like this, you know, that are here today. And the beautiful thing is, when we really got busy with the Endowment Fund, the kids that we were raising the money for had not even been born yet. And yet we were raising money for those potential saintsmen to come here, and that's certainly going to be the case. You're probably going to have families, you might have boys, and you might be looking for a great place to send your boy, and you know, the tuition probably will be just a little bit higher in 20 years, but if we do this right and we work together as a community, there's no telling what we can do, and I have great confidence. We have this big goal, it's huge, I know, by 2038 to have an endowment of $40 million, which would mean $2 million a year into the bucket to help young men come to this school. It makes a difference in their lives, it makes a difference in my life, and I think in the community of San Diego and beyond, you can't even measure what it means, because these guys have been educated differently, they see the world differently, they see each other differently, and you know, you can't beat love. Loving your neighbor is kind of the thing that propels us into an idea of loving God. So thank you for being with us today, and please go to our website, make a contribution. It'll make your day. Thank you. Hello, well, we're back. We hope you enjoyed that panel discussion. If anything, I enjoyed those four boys immensely, and I thought it really kind of speaks to St. Augustine High School. I have a guest, in-studio guest here, Phil Barney of the great class of 1964 is with us today. But before we get to Phil, I'd like to just thank a few more people who have made gifts. Thank you, Robert Madruga, who just made a gift, and Joe Giammarino. I also appreciate your gift, and I probably screwed up your name, and I apologize for that, Joe. But thank you. This is going to an amazing cause, and we really appreciate you paying attention to this. So moving forward, I asked Phil to come in today to talk to us about, I guess, the old days. So you would have been here 1960 to 1964, correct?
Right.
So those were days that were kind of in between days. You had Father Hearn for your first 2 years, and then he left, and Father Kane, I think, followed him for your last 2 years. And what is St. Augustine High School like in your memory, 1960, when you showed up on campus your first day as a freshman?
Well, I'll tell you that even before that, we from St. Jude's, a bunch of scruffy kids, played football and basketball here for years. So it was aspirational to see, wow, St. Augustine High School, oh my gosh. That's the only place you wanted to be. If you came out of a Catholic education, the history, the legend of St. Augustine High School was really, really exciting. I remember that. I remember being a freshman and all these different faces. And we had sections then. So there was A through D, as I recall. And just a bunch of kids trying to figure out who they were with all these adult men who were seniors, but man, they looked like grown-ups to us. And it was just terrific. And we all just kind of jumped into the same kind of melting pot and assimilated to the school and got to know each other. And it was fun. It was fun. It was very challenging too. Very challenging. I remember I mean, it was never said to me directly, but you got the impression, oh, you come from a poor part of town? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, things are hard? Yeah, okay. Make sure you get your homework done. And you got that message from the very beginning is, we're here to support you. Everybody's got issues. Let's take you to a greater place in life. You just got to trust us that we're going to take you there. And I ran for freshman class office and won. And I thought, wow, this is the best thing in the world. ASB was a really fun time. Really, really fun time. And it all goes by so quickly. And the teachers were Tom Flood. I remember Tom Flood, Bill Whitaker, the Father Barra, Father Neely. It was just incredible, the love and support they all gave us. So yeah, it was exciting to be here in the 60s.
You mentioned there were different sections. I'm kind of interested in that a little bit. And the other thing that I know that kind of operational in the school in those days were the thing called Greenies.
Yeah.
Maybe you could talk to both of those things.
Wow. Let's talk about sections. You came in and were placed in a class contingent upon how you scored on the entrance exam. And I ended up in the A section. And I never felt so out of place in my life. I thought, there must be a mistake on this entrance exam that I would get in the A section. I tell my Saints brothers, I had a diversified education before it ever was important to talk about diversity. No one even thought about it. And I say that because I was in the A section, and I was in the B section, and I was in the C section, and I was in the D section. So I got to learn Saintsman at every level in my class, and it was just great fun.
Now, when you say the A section,
Yeah.
those were students getting A's.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about the D section,
Those were bright guys that were,
low performers.
well, hardworking,
Okay.
like to have fun and tried to do the very best they could.
Right.
I mean, if you've got teachers saying, yeah, I understand, you're having a hard time, get your homework done, it was an equal opportunity place. And no matter your section, the teacher took you to a level of, let's make sure we've all got this and that we are working as hard as we can at whatever level we can to ensure that you're getting what your parents want you to have here. And I was here additionally on tuition, and that's part of the reason that I have continued to give over the years to Saints is, you know, you get a great education here. You can get good educations in San Diego. What you don't get is the world eventually turns on you, because that's just the way the world is. We all have challenges and struggles, and none of them teach you that, you know, when things get rough, you have our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and you can fall back to Him. And boy, when you hit the tough spots in life, what a great place to be. You could have got A's in math and biology and sciences of any kind and chemistry, but it's that knowledge of Christ and our Catholic family that has been the saving point for me in my life. That's why I continue to give. Is I wouldn't have had that if someone hadn't donated some money to help me get through St. Jude's. I mean, part of St. Jude's and then St. Augustine. Yeah, it was. It really matters to me that I continue. I see now that I have a responsibility to my God, to St. Augustine High School, and to those yet unknown to St. Augustine High School that will be able to come in here and benefit from an incredible education, a loving and dear brotherhood, and know that when things change in life, as they do for everybody, you got something to fall back on. You've got your God. And I want as many people to experience that out of Saints as possible. The only way I know how to do that is to contribute money.
You, during your time, you had Mass here at school weekly, correct?
Yes.
And that has still not changed. That is still, I think you guys probably had it on Friday. We do it on Wednesday morning. But a lot of Catholic high schools, it's monthly. And in other Catholic schools that I've been in, it's monthly. And I think it is so, I didn't realize until I was actually experiencing it on a weekly basis how powerful weekly Mass is for young men. And what I think is phenomenal is we do exit interviews. So 3 weeks before graduation, I'll take 17 randomly picked seniors. Casey Callery will take 17. I think Jim Horn takes some. The provincial takes some, so forth and so on. And we interview them on a number of, they're all the same questions. And one of the questions is, what is an event that has happened on campus that has been very important to you? So I have 17 guys. I bet you over my 18 years, 13 to 14 will say weekly Mass.
I can tell you that we had an 11 o'clock Mass, and we were told as we were going into Mass that President Kennedy had been assassinated. And the church just resonated with the love and compassion and the understanding that we had ourselves as a brotherhood. And it was salve in the wounds of some kids that were saying, wow, how does that happen? So Mass was always important. I was happy that I had a place where I could go to confession on a weekly basis for 16-year-old boy sins. Yeah, it was great.
That's great. That's great. I know your journey in life, Phil, has been maybe a little different than most, but I'd like you to kind of talk about how you got started in business and where it has led you.
When I was a junior at Saints, I worked at the Jack in the Box, and I started by sweeping the lots and painting the trash cans. And then over the years, I was moving up through the ranks of the hamburger flippers, and one day, I'll never forget it, the franchisee showed up at the back door, and he walked in, and I was running the Jack by that point. I knew how to do that because I was trained well, and Saints had something to do with that. So I opened the back door was open, and he walked in with this beautiful woman and a brand new 1964 Chevrolet. And I looked at him standing in the doorway and thought, oh man, I go to St. Augustine High School. If you can do this, I can do this. And that started me on a path with Jack in the Box. And by the time I was 20, I had my first Jack. So, and I'm talking about a barrio kid. I'm talking about Logan Heights kid that just felt confident because Saints taught me how to, and I knew it was expected of me, how I would present myself, the words I would choose, the knowledge that I had, all spoke to Saints. And when I interviewed with Jack, I just felt confident. And that confidence carried through in many, many endeavors in my life because I'm a St. Augustine kid. And I felt strongly that I could represent myself and the school and my family at the apogee of the world of business. And there were times when I would be giving a presentation to a board, and because I still came from St. Jude, I'd be 23 making a pitch to an insurance company on a shopping center, and I'd be, gentlemen, you understand, of course, that the internal rate of return, and there's a piece of me, a real St. Jude, St. Augustine piece of me sitting over the corner saying, "Ooh, you go, Phil. Look at Phil. He's talking with all those words." And that never left me either. So I'm just grateful to Saints. I just want to, I give thanks all the time for Saints. And this year, my oldest son had 3 cardiac arrests in a matter of half an hour, and stood little chance of recovery. And I know I just continued to pray to St. Jude and St. Augustine and St. Jude and St. Augustine and St. Jude and St. Augustine, and miraculously that young man is now alive and learning how to walk again, and my faith got me through that. And my faith also let me know that it couldn't be my will, it was God's will. And I knew that my son was in God's hands, and I couldn't pray for the outcome. I could only pray that, God, you know what I would like, and if I can get through that, however it goes, he'll give me enough to get through it. Mm-hmm. And I learned that here at Saints 60 years ago. Wow, the only difference between Saints now and then was when we would walk on campus, you had to be careful about the dinosaurs, because the dinosaurs were still roaming the properties, and you just had to make sure you didn't get in their way.
Yeah.
But it was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. And yet, to this day, we meet, our class, the class of 64, meets the first Wednesday of every month. I think we've been doing that for over 20 years. And we just share this incredible love. And we go there for lunch, and I sit back and observe sometime, and have said at the table, you know, guys, lunch finished 2 hours ago, and we're still sitting here, hanging out, talking about nothing, because we love each other so much we don't want to leave. And the class of 64, if someone's in trouble, if someone needs help, if there's a family thing, we're there. We don't ask questions. We just go take care of whatever needs to be taken care of. That's the way we were trained here.
Right.
So Saints made a dramatic impact in my life, and I just want to keep helping.
So I want to move to the class scholarship, the class of 1964 scholarship. Tell me about that. It helps 4 boys go to Saints each year, and you're building, part of it is being built in the Endowment Fund.
Yeah.
But while that's building, the class is giving money for the present.
Right. And we do some of both, and we all communicate very well with each other. We all keep each other on our toes about where we are with that fund. And the guy, I think one of the most important people that helped put this together was Chris Shatsley. Chris just lived and breathed his brotherhood, and maybe none of this would have happened without him. Mm-hmm. So I have today a check for $10,000 that I want to give in Chris Shatsley's name to our class of 64 scholarship fund, because I couldn't think of a more worthy person to honor than Chris.
Mm-hmm. Well, I really appreciate it, because you know, in the world of endowment building, I think you guys have set a pattern for other classes to really begin thinking larger than maybe they have. I think you're probably well over $300,000 in the actual endowment fund part. And it's really just continuing to grow and to become a more powerful instrument for good with our kids. And I really appreciate this, Phil, from the bottom of my heart. Hasn't been your first check, and I'm sure it won't be your last check either, but just know that we are really grateful to you and your family for making us kind of an important piece of your life.
Thank you.
I mean, it's meaningful to me, being the president. I go to a lot of their lunches, and it's a very special group of men, for sure.
Yeah, I would also like to say that if you're a Saintsman out there and you haven't had, life gets so busy we don't have time to think about things, but if you could just give a little bit this year to help this incredible cause and know that your money is well spent, that we're investing in the future of young men who get a chance. Some of these kids get chances they would have never gotten in their lives, except for these kind of interventions, which are the blessing of God. And my classmates say, Phil, don't you worry about the money you give? I mean, in terms of being able to do it. I remember my wife one year saying, wow, you wrote that check? Is that going to clear? I said, I imagine, it's the Lord's work. Somehow God takes care of it. And what I've learned in my life is that it's not my money. I may be blessed with the beautiful things that God has given me as talents. The Sunday Gospel spoke clearly about taking care of the hungry and those in jail and those in the hospital. And it's not my money, it's God's money. And that's kind of what I would like to say is just, I look at it that way, and I'm just fortunate to be a vehicle to pass that through. And that's what Saints taught me.
Mm-hmm. That's what Saints has taught me as well. Mm-hmm. We're just on the road together for a very short period of time. We do our very best. We hand it off at some point to those who will follow us.
And Sunday's gospel really spoke to, if you want a roadmap, Sunday's gospel was all about clothing the naked, feeding the hungry, visiting those in hospitals and in prisons. And if you want to know if you're on the right path, if you're doing that, if you're helping out, it's like an in-flight correction. Yeah, I'm on the right path. Thank you, Lord.
Right. I think of every boy that graduates from Saints, regardless of where they grew up, who they are, but those that come from, very underserved communities who've never had anyone in their family go to college, they'll go to college and their future is changed forever. The family dynamic as it moves forward is changed. And that's what Saints does for so many young men that we serve here at St. Augustine High School. And I just want to say this, I am very blessed to know you, Phil. You've been a source of strength for myself, our community, and your brothers in the class of '64 as well have really moved me in terms of generosity of spirit, generosity of wealth, and how you look at that. St. Augustine High School, we've made great progress. There's always the next big stone to set in the cathedral, and we hope that you'll be part of helping us set that stone. So, Phil, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Ed. I'm honored.
Thank you. And I think where we're headed is an interview with Coach Mike Haupt is coming up next. And so we send you to Mike Haupt. This is Ed Hearn, president of St. Augustine High School. And today I have our esteemed basketball coach, Mike Haupt, with me on this Giving Tuesday. And thanks for jumping in and listening to Saint stuff. 7 hours of this. If you just stay tuned just for a couple hours, you'll get kind of the gist of what we're trying to do. Trying to give you a lot here, but Mike is 30 years our basketball coach. Easily in the last 5 or 6 years, the best program in San Diego.
Thank you.
Won and lost championships, playing everybody in the nation essentially,
Right.
and always teaching first, solving the problems of youth, and then the wins and losses kind of take care of themselves.
Sure.
So, Mike, 30 years, like the longevity of that. Tell me a little bit about being here at Saints that long and why.
Well, as you know, Ed, this is a special place, and we have really, really, really good people here. And included in that, and most importantly in that, are our students. And whatever else happens throughout the course of the day, when I get to be on the floor with our guys and to have them impact me and hopefully I can impact them, that's why it's special.
Mm-hmm. Well, the last 2 years have been very special. Back-to-back Open Championships,
Right.
with really 4 or 5 guards out on the court. How has your style of play adjusted through this time period?
Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't want a big guy, because we, as good as it's gone here, ultimately it would be nice to really compete for a state championship, and I thought we had the level of team that could have done that the last few years. But when you head up to Los Angeles, it's a whole different deal, and there are men up there. There are 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" men up there, and it's hard for us to deal with that. And we do well, but just having good guards doesn't get it done at that level. But believe me, if I had a choice between having good guards and a good big guy, I'd take what we've had the last few years because it's been fun.
So you had an amazing game against West Ranch last year, and they were formidable in terms of size. What was your philosophy going into that game, and how did you attack them, and how did you get the result that the kids got that night?
Well, you hope that you make shots, because if you're not big, you're not going to get a lot of rebounds. And our goal always in everything that we do, we want to take away what they want to do first. And so sometimes that's hard to convince your players that you're going to give up something. And our goal that night was they had a 6'10" kid, and he wasn't going to beat us. And I thought we did a pretty good job of that. And just the way the ball kind of bounces, first of all, to have the game here, it was one of the only times that San Diego's been able to host, not just Saints, but San Diego's been able to host an open division state playoff game. So that's special. So to have it in front of our crowd with the momentum that comes from having our student section and our fans with us, we couldn't hit a shot early, but then, as you remember, I think we were 5 for 5 down the stretch. When we were down about 5, we were 5 for 5 from 3 and ended up pulling it out at the end. So it was fun.
Yeah, I noticed, and I don't know if this was your game plan, but I noticed Jurian Dixon posting up on that 6'10" guy and scoring.
You got to make them guard too,
right? And I was like amazed that
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, this doesn't sound like a Mike Hop game plan. I
Yeah.
think it's Jurian Dixon just going, give me the ball.
Well, good coaches know how to get their best player the ball.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Anyway.
sometimes that simple.
That was hilarious, actually. I kept watching that, and it was happening over and over
Yeah.
again. I'm going, good game plan.
Right.
He keeps hitting it.
Simple, yeah.
Yeah, simple. Well, that was it was wild. I was when the pit is really up and going. What do you think that gives us as a home team?
Well, I'll tell you, Ed, to have this facility, 2017 we were able to open up this beautiful gym, and to be able to host a playoff game because we hadn't been able to. We always had to go play somewhere else, and so through the work of yourself and a lot of really good people, we have this facility now that allows us to have a home court advantage. And as much as I loved Doherty Gym, it was 500 people and that was it. And so first of all, when teams come in here, they're blown away by this gym. So there's an intimidation factor when they walk in here thinking, man, did I just walk into a college arena? So we have that to our advantage. And then when they come out to warm-ups and see our guys cheering for them, and they're cheering warm-ups and cheering for the pregame introductions and the whole deal, it's intimidating, and it's for sure a huge home court advantage.
Right. I always think I would hate to play here.
No doubt.
If I was a visitor.
Well, we have college teams practice here that would love to play here.
Right. I remember when we just opened it up, I think you had a couple guys who were playing in the NBA who said this was a nicer facility than their practice facility.
Yes.
And that kind of stunned me.
Yes.
But I have the same feeling that I think all of us do is, you dream. And then it kind of happened for us.
Yes.
And we had great architect, guy that could solve all kinds of problems, David Pfeiffer, and he listened to us. But there was one little thing that could have really screwed that gym up. And you were at the meeting, and he laid out the basketball floor, and you got up, kind of looked over, and you looked up and goes, how long is that basketball court? And I don't know what it was.
Yeah, it was 84 feet, which is a
84.
regulation high school court. But I wanted 94 feet.
Which is
a
college.
regulation court also, but it's the college level
It's
court.
a college level.
Yeah.
And then David had to kind of like,
Right.
and kind of move things around a little bit, but we got it done.
Well, it was personal for David, right? He made
Yeah.
it personal, which is what this place is about. He
Right.
was vested.
Yeah, we had him here. We're doing the PSA 182 little
Right.
memorial thing out on Palm Street. And I was thanking him, of course. I mean, it's not a big project for him,
Right.
but he was totally invested like he is. And he said, I'm always happy to come to Saints. Like, you gave me a reason to come here, and I appreciate it.
Well, when you started that talk, I thought you were going to say one thing that would screw it up is a bad team. So believe me, I feel that pressure, because to have this beautiful facility and to make sure that we have a product that matches what our school's
When we
about.
started off, we played Grossmont, and it was the first game we played in the old gym.
Right.
And so we duplicated that, and Grossmont was good enough to do that. And I was hoping that we would win that game. It just
Would've
seemed
been a
like
bummer, yeah.
we probably should win that
Yeah.
game. So that was great.
Well, we
That
haven't
was
lost
great.
very many in here.
But I do remember the last game in the old gym, and I knew we needed a new gym, and I was glad we were building it, because I went outside at one point, and there was at least 4 deep all the way past 33rd Street,
Right.
and we were already full inside, and I thought, there's going to be a lot of disappointed people here, and I felt badly for them.
Sure.
It's nice that pretty much anyone can
Right.
come to the game now, and we
Right.
don't have to worry about
Right.
that kind of stuff. So here we are. I know you had a practice game against always tough Torrey Pines.
Correct.
Dave Olive, he does such a great job over there, and I know you guys are really respectful of one another,
For sure.
friends, and
For
that
sure.
sort of thing. But you compete hard against
Yes.
each other. I can tell when I go to the games. How'd you guys do?
So the scrimmage went well. We didn't really keep track. We kind of kept score by quarters. But again, the way we're going to play is we're going to have to hit a bunch of threes, because we're not big again. So
Okay.
I think we were 10 for 15 from 3 at half. And the Torrey Pines guys were kind of thinking like, well, this is a fluke. And then I think we went like 7 for 10 in the second half. so I think we hit 15 or 17 threes and played well. And, again, we still are missing some guys, because our football team's on a great run. So,
Right.
we'll get some guys back from that, and then hopefully get rolling.
So you have a couple guys back from your championship team last year.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about them and their development.
Yeah, so we have our backcourt back in essence, and Lolo Rudolph, who's really a Player of the Year candidate last year, and if it weren't for Jurian, Lolo probably would have been Player of the Year. So having a great point guard is really essential to what we do, most teams, and Lolo's as good as we've ever had. And he just committed to Cal State Fullerton, so he's going to go play
great.
college basketball, which is great for he and his mom and his brother.
Right.
And then Ian De La Rosa, who's also a 4-year varsity starter, and is kind of the spirit of who we are. And kind of a funny story about Ian. He's so tough. He's He's the guy that you want on your team and not playing against him. He got a foul last year taking the ball out of bounds. I've never seen that in 30 years. A kid got in his way, he kind of shoved him out of the way, and the ref called a foul. And so sometimes we have to channel Ian's toughness a little bit, but he will kind of set the tone for us that way. And then Jaden Bales, who was a freshman last year, and God bless Jaden in this world of if you don't get something right away, you just go somewhere else. Jaden had a tough year last year because he was a freshman on a really, really talented team, and he didn't get to play much. But he played enough and practiced against really good players and hung in there, and now he's a little bigger and a little stronger, and he actually was 7 for 10 from 3 in our scrimmage the other day. So not a lot of people know about Jaden, but he's going to be good. And then Manny Cortez is another varsity returner. Isaiah Hastings, another returner who's on our football team, having a great year. So Manny and Isaiah, who didn't have huge roles last year, are going to have big roles this year, and they're ready for them because of what we did last year.
Yeah. Bales, just a word on him. I just remember one game. I think he was in for maybe 35 seconds, and he scored. I think he scored 4 baskets.
Right, that's what he can do.
And it was just so quick and so almost automatic and fluid. I was very, very impressed with him, and then of course he was. I think he was player of the game even, and I actually stood back and listened to the interview, and I thought, wow, what a poised young man.
He's impressive.
Yeah,
yes.
Very impressive
yes.
guy.
Yes, his mom and dad have done a good job. His dad actually gives him a topic every now and then, and will say, hey, leadership, come back and see me in a week and give me what your thoughts are on leadership, and he'll do a presentation for his dad on leadership.
That's great.
Or team, or
That's great.
So it's the full picture.
When you think about basketball, it's an aspect of our culture. How does it fit into the overall culture of St. Augustine High School?
Well, it's funny to say that, Ed, because I really truly believe that we couldn't do what we do as a team without our school culture, because it takes all of us. Mm-hmm. What our young men are hearing at home is the same thing that they're hearing on the floor. What they're hearing in the classroom is the same thing about sacrifice and commitment and hard work and being on time and treating others well. Mm-hmm. It's not just me saying it or somebody's parent saying it. All of our teachers are saying it. Our maintenance guys, I see them talking to our guys sometime and they're saying it. Mm-hmm. So that's why this works, I believe, because everybody's pushing in the same direction all the time, and it's about the kids. It's not about you. It's not about me. Mm-hmm. It's about us, and it's about helping these young men be great. And that it's blended, right? It's part of the fabric.
Yeah, I kind of have a sense that there is a very consistent message that is delivered multiple times a day to these young men.
Right.
And it holds them responsible and accountable for who they are.
Yes.
And I think in the world today, that's very special.
Well,
when
and
that happens.
As we all know, with young people, you hear it once, they hear it twice, they hear it 3 times. Maybe it's the 17th time that they finally go, oh, that's what they were talking about. Or maybe when they're 22, 23 years old, they go, oh, that's what they were saying to me.
Right.
But they've heard it, and they'll get it eventually.
Yeah. I have a sense that these young men are going to be great husbands and fathers at some time in their life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So who's on the schedule this year?
It's another easy one, Ed.
I'm sure you made it at least a 30-win season.
Well,
right?
we people kind of said, well, you're losing some guys. Are you going to lighten up on your schedule? And I don't believe that. I don't believe that help should be good. Mm-hmm. And so we have some key games early. We play Carlsbad here in our gym, and Carlsbad's allegedly the best team, even though I don't believe that in my heart, but that's what I'm being told.
Okay.
Then we go to, we're going to go play in the Tarkanian Classic again in Las Vegas, and I haven't seen that schedule yet, but last year we played 4 top 20 teams in the country there. Mm-hmm. And then we come back here for the Torrey tournament, and we'll play in the national division again. Yes.
Always fun.
And I believe we're opening up against Jay Serra here. So that's the Nike tournament. I don't know who our Torrey opener is. I think it's an Episcopal school out of Texas, so it'll be kind of a monster school, I think, coming in to play us again, but they haven't experienced our gym. But maybe the highlight of the schedule this year is where the Lakers play, Crypto.com. There's a Catholic Coastal Classic that's in its second year, and we've been invited to play in that. So on January 6th at 4:30 at crypto.com, we're going to play Loyola of Los Angeles. So that'll be fun for our guys and fun for our school and our program to be able to go play where all the greats have played, all the Clipper greats. I'm not a Laker fan, Ed. So
Okay, I'm sorry. How many world championships do the Clippers have?
There've been none. But I'm a loyal guy.
I know. I guess I root for you. I root for the Lakers. I guess I'm a winner.
San Diego Clippers, San Diego.
Oh, right. Okay,
Yeah,
I get it.
that's
I
why I'm a
wasn't here
Clipper
then.
fan. Yeah.
I wasn't here then.
So-
But anything that has to do with Donald Sterling.
True. I'm wondering if the Laker or the Clipper floor will be on the floor when we play. I don't know yet.
Yeah,
I
isn't
don't
that?
know. Yeah.
I think it's got to
Probably
be the
the Lakers.
Lakers. Yeah, I would think the Lakers floor.
But that'll be fun, January 6th. And then there's
Yeah.
2 games after us. There's Mater Dei play St. John Bosco right after us, and then Notre Dame de La Salle.
Do you know, this is a big question, do you know if we're there for your game, can we stay the rest of the night?
Yes, the ticket's good for the
That's
day.
outstanding.
Yes.
Because we're going to get
It's going to be a blast.
the little booth thing, the
suite.
The little
Yeah.
suite. Yeah, we're going big.
Well, and that, again, that's another part of who we are, right?
Yeah.
It's not just about our students. It's about our alums and about, the
Yeah.
grads of our school all feeling like they're a part of this.
And having a great time.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
seeing each other. Well, listen, we started as Tom Goodall 72 scholarship the other night at Anthony Wagner's home. He's in the class of 94. And we raised, $25,000 almost from the get-go. And it was just a very festive night. And I'm really excited to do this because the money is actually going to underserved boys in our feeder schools, Catholic feeder schools
great.
in the urban areas of
It's
our
needed.
town. It is needed, and with other money that we're starting to strategically put together, we think we can actually increase the demand for those schools because we can give those kids more money to come to our school.
Right.
And that's generally the problem, is enough money
Right.
and resources. So we'll be doing some fundraising during the course of your basketball season.
Perfect.
Up here and with the alums and whatnot. And it's just a joy. I mean, I think the basketball program builds some of the best community here at St. Augustine High School. It's fun to go to. It's fun to watch the pit. I was talking to a woman last year who I had never seen at a game, and I said, I introduced myself, and I said, so you're a basketball fan? She goes, well, yeah, I just heard about your pit. And I said, you came here to look at our pit? She goes, yeah, kind of. And they were worth the price of admission. She said it was great.
Yeah, that's great. It's an honor. It's an honor to lead this program and be at this school, and to honor Tom the way that we're going to honor Tom is well deserved because he's given his heart and soul.
I mean, you've been here 30.
Yeah.
He's been here 45.
Right.
So maybe we'll get to the Mike Hop scholarship in a
I'm
few
sure
years.
there's others. There's others ahead of me.
But that's the
people,
thing.
yeah.
People start here and they end their careers here.
Right.
And that's the other
Shows you how special.
strength
Yeah.
in special this place is. Thanks, Mike.
Well, good luck with
and,
it.
and
Yeah.
best of luck
Thank you.
with your schedule. We'll be following it, and it's going to probably just be a wonderful time.
Thanks. And thank you to everybody for supporting Saints and for supporting our school and our program.
This is Ed Hearn.
morning, everyone. Welcome to Otay Lakes Park on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Elias and I are taking a bit of a break from raking some leaves here at Otay Lakes Park. I am Bob Duffy. I'm an English teacher here at Saints. It's my first year teaching here at Saints, but I'm a graduate of Saints from 1990, and it's my first Giving Tuesday day. But happy to be here and to give back to the community. So I'm here with Elias Hearn, who is a senior at Saints. And so Elias, tell us about your thoughts about Giving Tuesday. What does it mean to you?
I think it's great. I think it's good that we get to come out here and give back to the community. There's a lot of groups across San Diego doing the same thing. I think it's good, even after Thanksgiving, giving back. And like Mr. Horn said, at the end of the day, it's not about your GPA. It's about what you do,
Absolutely,
and what you give back to the people,
absolutely,
to the community.
fantastic. Where'd you go to grade school? Where'd you go before Saints?
I went to St. Rosalima.
Chula Vista.
Chula Vista.
Great, yeah. I'm a graduate of St. Pius X, so we're kind of arch rivals. But
Right
that's
next
right.
to each other.
Yeah, right next to each other, absolutely. How'd you hear about Saints when you were at St. Rose?
At St. Rose, I went to school with Zachary Horn, and his dad's the principal at St. Augustine, so I was able to hear about Saints from him. And also, my older brother went here to Saints, so
That's fantastic. Yeah, and I'm sure when you maybe first heard about Saints, you heard the word brotherhood. Certainly when you first got here, you heard brotherhood. So when you hear that word brotherhood now as a senior at Saints, what does brotherhood mean to you?
when I think of the word, I think of this: just coming out together,
Yeah.
helping each other, trying to make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly
We had a
what I
group
think
of 50 Saints guys here today, 4 or 5 staff and faculty members, all part of the community and brotherhood. Yeah, perfect example of brotherhood is today, Giving Tuesday.
Yeah.
How about thoughts about college?
College. I'm thinking of USD.
USD, fantastic.
Yeah.
Staying close to home, huh? Great.
Close to home.
All right,
Yeah.
fantastic school, yeah. And maybe major, field of study, what do you want to get into?
I'm leaning more towards the business side.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Fantastic, great.
business at USD.
Fantastic school. Yeah, absolutely. So Elias, also today on this Giving Tuesday, we're initiating the Tom Kural Scholarship. And I had Mr. Kural when I was a freshman here at Saints. You had Mr. Kural also as a teacher. Just to quickly tell us some of your thoughts about having Mr. Kural as a teacher.
Mr. Kural, when everyone thinks of Mr. Kural, they think like bad things, like he's a hard teacher and everything. I think that's a word around Saints, but like
Strict disciplinarian.
yeah, but like when you actually have the opportunity to have him, you can see how good of a teacher he is.
Absolutely.
He's passionate about what he does. He really prepared us for I feel prepared for this year and for my college years. But I think he's a great teacher, and everyone should have an opportunity to have him.
He was one of my first inspirations too, to
Yeah.
become an educator as well. So it had a big impact on my life, your life, and hundreds of other Saintsmans, if not thousands of other Saintsmans' lives. With this Mr. Kural Scholarship, raising money for future Saintsmen. Give us your thoughts on that we're honoring Mr. Kural and in a way to for future Saintsmen to have that same experience that you and I both had.
Yeah, like I said, it's great. It's great for incoming freshmen, so that everyone is able to have the Kural experience.
Absolutely, yeah, fantastic. Thanks so much, Elias. We're going to get back to work now on this Giving Tuesday from Otay Lakes Park. Take care. Hope all is well. Go Saints.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'd like to thank Bob Duffy, class of 90, and Elias Hernan, class of 24, 2 Saintsmen for the Otay Lakes cleanup that's underway right now as we speak. Hope you kind of get a flavor for what's going on today. Saint's been giving back to the community that has been so generous to St. Augustine High School. And on that note, I'd like to welcome Matt Ryan, class of 2011, one of the younger sorts that has visited. But Matt, I know you have a young boy, and I think on November 2nd, you had your second child.
I did.
Tell us a little bit about fatherhood.
Fatherhood is it's going well. We've got a 3-year-old boy who's a bit of a wrecking ball, and he is very energetic. And then we have a 4-week-old daughter who is been honestly a lot easier than the first one. So we got blessed with the second one being somewhat of a good sleeper for a newborn, and going good.
That's great. You and I arrived at St. Augustine High School almost at the same time. I might have been here 1 year before you arrived. But one of the questions I've been asking alums is, what was day one like at St. Augustine High School for Matt Ryan?
Oh, day one.
Day one.
I would say, I guess day one when we arrived at school, I think I had a bit more of a community already coming in because I've been around Saints much longer than that. My dad actually helped coach the freshman basketball team when I was in middle school and grade school, so I was around like the basketball program coming in. So I always kind of knew Saints was going to be where I ended up and where I went to school. And so coming in, I don't think I had those nerves of this is a new place because I was running around the old gym that is now the Raymond James Performing Arts Center way before I even stepped foot on campus as a student. So I think I was just excited to be here.
Did you go to those summer camps?
Every year.
Yeah, the basketball thing?
Yep.
Where Hopt has all the kids in a row, long, skinny row, and they're almost at attention.
Yeah.
You won't speak.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's Coach Hop.
That's right.
You're not going to mess with him.
You don't mess with Coach Hop.
So you arrived, you felt like you kind of already belonged a little bit. So then you start getting your experiences of Saints. And how do you think the school began forming you into the man you are today? What was the process like for you?
Yeah, well, appreciate you for the hard-hitting questions out the gate.
Yeah.
How did it start forming me as a man? I think just going through the whole process of the 4 years opened my eyes up to like what a community could look like. Because I think this is such a unique experience that we go through of like the brotherhood. Like when I tell people outside of Saints that like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to my high school's like basketball game next Tuesday night. They're like, you're gonna go back to your high school? Why is that? And that really is like, it goes to show like how much of a community there is here. And it's not weird to come back and like be involved in Saints and come back to those basketball games or football games or whatever it is. I loved it so much. Like I went through 4 years here, 4 years in the basketball program with Coach Hop, which meant so much to me that I came back after I graduated college and helped coach the freshman team for 5 years. And
I remember that.
Yeah, so that was a fun time. And then family life started taking over. I got married, started having kids, and had to put that aside for the time being. But I don't know if that answered the question. I think I forgot what the initial question was, but.
Well, let me be a little more specific.
Sure.
I maybe I was a little general in asking, how did this build you into the person you are today? I've only known you as a very self-confident human being, but I'm sure, like all of us, there are those moments in which you might not feel necessarily ultimately confident.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I've heard over and over again from Saintsmen is that if Saints gave me one thing, it was self-confidence. How does that ring in your life?
Ooh, I think it rings pretty highly. Leaving Saints and leaving the academic environment and going to college, I felt super confident in my ability to succeed at that next level because I felt like I got the education and the kind of the guidance I needed in high school through teachers and coaches that transitioned to the next level. Like when I got to college, I was prepared. I wouldn't, I took a few AP classes in high school, but I wasn't all APs or anything like that. But I felt like it gave me that framework or that foundation to transfer to the next level. And I think that's where some of that confidence comes from. And also having the opportunities to play basketball, play volleyball, and win a CIF title, like those responsibilities and doing the service hours, like all of the different things that the kids are involved in, all form who that kid is. So being involved in service, being involved in sports and on a team with your brothers in between classes, getting in a little bit of trouble. And I think that helps set that foundation for me going forward.
So tell me about your, when you were a student here, your feelings about John O'Byrne, who is kind of that guy, right? He's the disciplinarian.
Yeah.
He's the guy maybe you stay away from.
Okay.
Yeah, like what was your feelings about him in back in the day?
Back in the day, John O'Byrne, definitely did not want him come into the classroom and calling your name. I don't think I ever had the opportunity or the opportunity to visit him at the office, but he did come to a few of the classrooms and give us a talking. I saw him a few years after I graduated in a Home Depot in Point Loma, and my initial reaction was, "What did I do?" But then, I went up to him and talked to him, and after you graduate, you have a different perspective on who people are. And we had a conversation. I asked how he was doing. He asked how I was doing, and it was definitely more of an adult conversation rather than that disciplinarian figure that you kind of see when you're a student. So I saw the softer side.
Yeah, he wasn't so fearful.
No, it
right,
wasn't.
Right. So, you guys, who was your volleyball coach?
Coach Hecht.
Okay, so
CIF champions 2011.
Right.
I think 2011.
Was that against Francis Parker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that coach at Francis Parker had won 11
They were a
CIF
powerhouse.
championships in a row or something.
Yeah, they were a powerhouse.
And it was kind of an unexpected championship, right?
It was. And that was honestly one of the most fun seasons that I went through because we had 12 seniors on that team out of the 18 people. And which 18 people is a lot of people for a volleyball team, but we had so much fun because we'd all been playing for a few years together. We really meshed and came together for that CIF championship run at the right time.
Right.
And I don't know how to explain it. The vibe of that team was unlike any other team I'd been on. It was just so fun to go to practice, and we were messing around, but we were also we were good. So you can mess around a little bit if you're good, and we had that opportunity that year, so it was fun.
Yeah. So you never played in the new gym, did you?
No, just coached in it.
Coached in it.
Coached in it.
So you got a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Tell me about the old gym. I mean, small little blocks.
Yeah.
You played basketball in there. Played volleyball in there. What was that like? That kind of the smallest gym in San Diego.
Right.
Right.
Oh man, the atmosphere was phenomenal. Just how loud it could get in that little brick gym, cinder block gym that was probably too short of a basketball court to begin with. You also had about 3 feet in between the baseline of the basketball court and the wall, and so if you're going for a loose ball or diving for it, the wall is right there.
Right.
I remember in practice, Coach Hop would have us doing drills where we're competitive and being physical. And the basket, we're 3 feet away from the wall. So there was multiple times where guys were getting thrown into the wall, into the 1-inch hard pad that was as the backdrop. But I had a great time playing in that gym. There was also dead spots in the floor. So there was one kind of near half court where the other teams that we'd play against wouldn't know it was there. So they'd be dribbling and just hit a dead spot. The ball would die on them. So we take advantage of some of those home field advantages.
Yeah, I understand that. I've talked to other guys, and they were saying, there's 3 or 4 spots where if you kind of channeled the, the offense towards that spot, you could make the steal.
Oh yeah. And the pit was awesome that year. My senior year, same with my junior year when I was on varsity, the pit was insane. So we had like MJ McKinley, who was like our president, was like the leader of the pit that year, and was doing handstand push-ups at half court during timeouts. And we had a blast. Like, they were always loud, and they were just right next to the court. So the other team, when they're taking the ball out of bounds, had 50 or 60 of our guys just screaming in their ear.
So kind of a funny story about the floor.
Sure.
So we're going to build a theater,
Yep.
and we're going to use the floor. So we're going to take the hardwood off, and
Okay.
we think we're going to have a nice concrete floor just like you're looking at right below us. Actually, it was undulating, the floor. I don't know who put that floor in, but
Okay.
it literally was like a wave of concrete underneath that floor. And the way they tried to keep everything level is they put little spacers underneath the floor to make it, well, it was, I think it was finished in 52.
Yeah.
You're playing on it in 2010.
Yeah.
And those spacers,
Just disintegrated.
they were not there. And so that's why the floor was kind of all over the place.
Okay.
And we actually had to re-pour the floor because we were afraid of lawsuits,
Yeah.
people just tripping. I mean, there were trip hazards everywhere.
It was that bad.
It was that bad. So
I didn't know that.
yeah, I mean,
That's cool.
very few people do because I I thought we wouldn't have to pay for the floor.
Yeah.
And of course we did.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Exactly.
paid later, yeah. So, yeah, you played on a pretty interesting floor.
It was great.
Yeah, it was wonderful. So there was a young person's graduates little group. I forget the name of it, that
Okay.
you used to go to every once in a while, and
Yeah.
I'd see you there. Do you remember the name of that?
It was like the Saints Young Professional Networking Group. And we were all fresh. It was like 10 of us, and we were all fresh out of college and in kind of complementing industries. Like, we had attorneys. I'm a financial planner. We had insurance guys. Like, we had some complementing industries in there.
Yeah.
And we did it for every other week on Friday mornings for
Long time.
a couple of years, I think.
Yeah.
I'm still in touch with some of those guys now. I still have business relationships with some of those guys now.
That's great.
And so it didn't lead to a whole lot for me, at least personally at the time,
Right.
from a business standpoint. But like the benefits of going to that every day for 2 or 3 years have come to fruition, I don't know, 5, 6 years later,
Right.
From a business standpoint. But that was fun to just come back and use the facilities.
I think, you just hit on something that is so true about life. We think we're going to go do something and we're going to meet this person and there's going to be this instant thing happen. And in fact, very rarely does that ever happen.
Right.
And then we get disappointed because it's not instantaneous.
Yeah.
But then 5 or 6 years later, you're in need of something or expertise or whatever, and you think of these relationships,
Right.
and it's trusted, and you can just make the phone call, and there it is.
And there's the answer.
Right.
Yeah.
I think in all things, even, I do a lot of fundraising, and today is a big fundraising day.
Right.
And sometimes I get frustrated, but I've learned over time, being an older guy now, that things that might have happened 5 or 6 years ago are still alive.
Yeah, they're still working.
They're still working. You just have no idea that they are working for you. And I think that's kind of one of the beautiful things about St. Augustine High School is that you have this network of people around you. Even if you didn't live in San Diego, but
Right.
especially if you live in San Diego, that you can trust.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of people in the world that have that kind of network.
No, absolutely not.
And what I find phenomenal too is guys will come back from college and, which was fine, they had a great experience, but their friends are Saints guys.
Yeah.
They're real friends. I mean, they might have 2 or 3 college buddies, but a preponderance of their social life is going to be with guys they went to school with.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
One other note on that from the networking group, the young professional network group kind of dissolved, but I think Charlie Carencross, who's coming on later today,
He is.
He kind of like spearheaded a professionals networking group, not just for young professionals, but Saintsmen of all ages and all classes.
Right.
And we've had, I think, two events so far. We've got another one coming up.
You do?
In December. And I think that we've had like 50, 60 guys at each of those events.
Right.
And those have been phenomenal. So
right.
the young professional networking group has kind of gone away, but there's this kind of emergence.
It evolved.
It evolved.
Into this bigger thing.
It did.
And really, when you look at that networking group and the possibilities in that, you're kind of looking at possibly who runs San Diego in the next 25 years.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you guys even talk about that a little bit.
As I don't know, the younger group,
Right.
I'm 31, just looking at some of the business owners and some of the guys in that group that are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, who are like much more established in their careers, and seeing what they've done, and just having the opportunity to be in the room with them and meet them and talk to them and see what happens, right?
Right.
And it's like you said, like, you know, you go to one meeting, nothing's going to happen, but if you're in the meeting and you're meeting these people, who knows what's going to happen 5-6 years from now?
Right.
So I think there's a ton of opportunity there, and I'm excited about that.
And that kind of started as a 14-year-old, boy coming to St. Augustine High School, not knowing much,
right.
and hoping for the best. And then you look back, you're now 31,
yep.
and wow, over half your life. You know? Pretty cool. One thing that we're raising money for Tom Goodall, class of '72 scholarship.
Right.
And I know you didn't have him as a teacher, but I think he was probably an announcer for your games.
Oh, yeah.
Could you tell me about having him be your announcer?
Yeah, I think the biggest memory is just when the other team would travel, and Tom Goodall would say, "Too many steps." I think that's like the catchphrase for him. At least it was for us as players back then. Was every time the other team would travel, like we knew that was coming, and it was just so monotone and so perfectly executed that that's definitely like a core memory from his announcing career when I was playing. I know he still does football games, basketball games, Saints.
Anything that's public.
Anything out there? Yeah.
Yeah, Tom is the guy.
Tom's the guy.
He's got that deep baritone, voice, and he's deadpan funny.
He's hilarious.
He's hilarious. Yeah. I sometimes I don't know. I'm going, is he being serious right now, or am I supposed to laugh?
It's still tough for me
because it's funny.
I don't know either. When I have conversations with him. So
you might not have heard this story. I'll tell a Tom Goodall story that I think actually he didn't know about.
Okay.
So we're raising money for the orphanage. The Augustinians have an orphanage down in Tijuana, Mexico. We're raising money for it. We're trying to raise enough money for 1 month.
Okay.
Mr. Osberg, Dr. Go, is charge of ASB. He's kind of the front man for the whole thing. And he's, after Mass one day, he's got all the attention of all the boys, and he's trying to rally them to raise a bunch of money, and it has to be from them. It can't, they've got to be the ones.
Yep.
So he says something to the effect, in the middle of this, if we raise $50,000, Tom Goodall is going to shave his Fu Manchu and shave his head. So I look up, and I find Tom, and he has a look of horror on his face. And of course, you don't think that could happen.
Right.
Like, there's no way they could raise $50,000.
Right.
And I think Gary was probably thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Except there was one Saintsman in the crowd, Steve Smith, class of '66, who was at Mass that day. And he was looking at Tom as I was, because I was standing maybe 5 feet from Steve. And anyway, I don't know what he's going to do, right? He just turns and walks out of Mass. And he goes down, he tells me later, he goes down to his credit union, gets a check for $50,000. And that day he delivers it to Tom's desk. Tom is grading papers. And he said the shock on his face was amazing. He said, you can keep the Fu Manchu, but the hair goes.
Oh my God!
And so that's the way that happened.
That's an expensive haircut.
It was an expensive haircut. Steve to this day is wearing his Fu Manchu a little longer in honor of Tom's Fu Manchu. But it was kind of this moment in time when things happen.
Things happen.
Like crazy
Yeah.
things. So that's a great outtake.
Well, I love how Tom was a good sport about it, and went to a good cause.
It did.
You were able to raise a boatload of money for it.
Right.
Yeah.
So tell me about your new business. I know that you worked in the industry for a while, and then you formed your own business.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah. So been in the industry since 2013 was like my first internship into the industry. So almost a decade now, doing financial planning and wealth management for clients. So investment management, managing clients' portfolios, and helping them plan for the future, whatever that might look like for them. And a big part of it, and I think one of the reasons I'm here today, is to talk about some of those planning opportunities with charitable giving. This is a huge day to give back to Saints, and there's a way to do it efficiently and effectively for different types of people in different situations. So happy to dive into a little bit of that and kind of throw some options out there to get the wheels turning.
Well, I think that's great.
Yeah.
Just found this out. We have an anonymous giver, and I really can't comment on it. He really wants anonymity, but he has just given $100,000, not to the Gall Fund, but to the Endowment Fund. And I wish I could say his name. He's a wonderful, wonderful Saintsman, alum. But thank you so much. So appreciative. So on that wealth statement, it kind of I was
Really
just
setting the bar high on that one.
I know that doesn't happen every day,
Right.
But when it does, it's to be celebrated for sure.
That's an awesome gift.
Yeah, it's an awesome gift. So, what are some ways people out there that are watching today might be able to help young boys go to this school through financial assistance?
Yeah, I mean that's an awesome question. There's so many different ways to give, right? There's always like you can write a check or give cash, and that's great. But there's sometimes and very often a much more tax efficient way to give. If you're, I'll just throw out a few different options out there, and if you're over 70 and a half, you can do what's called a qualified charitable distribution from a retirement account.
I just did that.
You just did that. There you go. Was it the $100,000 one that just came through?
But I will say, like, I never imagined being a Catholic educator that I would, my wife and I would give $5,000 to the school.
That's awesome.
But because of that, it's either going to be taxed, right?
Yep.
Or it wasn't. And
Absolutely.
I'd much rather give it to Tom Gall, his scholarship, than the federal government. So when I saw the minimum distribution thing that I was, and I'm 74, so I've done this a couple years now in a row to Saints, it's painless.
It is, and it's relatively straightforward to execute, right? Right. The check goes out.
I just can't get the check.
You just can't get the check. It can't go to you.
Right.
Can't be over 70 and a half. Can't be over $100,000.
Right.
But what the benefit of it is, from like a tax perspective, is it comes off the front page of your tax return. And so you get that deduction off of your income.
Right.
And then that also factors into other things like your Medicare premiums. So for those who are on Medicare, your premiums are based on how much income you have. So any way to lower some of that income, the lower your premiums are going to be. So that's one option there. Also, doing the QCD, the Qualified Charitable Distribution, reduces RMDs in the future. So RMDs have been pushed back over the last few years. It was pushed back to 72, and now it's pushed back to 73 and 75 for some people who are born during certain age ranges there. But doing those QCDs when you're 70 and a half, 71, 72, those reduce future RMDs. So there's a whole host of advantages for doing that. But it's just if you're over 70 and a half. If you're under 70 and there's other, and you've got, highly appreciated assets, that's another great way to give. I'll give you an example here, like
stock.
So stock, right? If
we get multiple sales of stock.
Yeah.
Where they're actually the shares are giving to us. Right. We sell those shares within 48 hours.
Yep.
And then we have the gift.
There you go. So yeah, I mean, if you had bought $1,000 worth of Apple stock 10 years ago. It grew to $10,000, and you want to make a $10,000 gift to Saints. Well, don't give that $10,000 cash you have. Give the stock, because it goes to the charity, 501c3 Saints. You can sell it within 48 hours. You get the $10,000 for whatever cause it's designated to. You as the giver avoid that capital gain, that $9,000 that it had grown, and the IRS doesn't get any of that. And then you could, even if you wanted to keep the Apple stock at $10,000, you take your cash, you buy it back, and then you have your Apple stock. Saints has their $10,000, and everybody's happy, and the IRS loses out a little bit. So that's another great way to do it. If you're not at that 70.5, and you're at that QCD age. So those are two great options. I mean, the list is very long, so we could talk about this all day long.
I think just a few of those options, because I think a lot of people might not be aware of how the financial world works.
Absolutely.
And taxes do enter into a lot of the decisions that wealthier people make.
Yeah.
They do.
And that's why it's good to have somebody, a financial advisor and a CPA on your team and on the same page, so you can help make the best decision for you, right? Everyone's in a different situation, different assets, different giving amounts. I will say another big one that has been coming up recently is legacy planning or legacy giving. And that's when you incorporate some charitable giving into your estate plan. So when you pass away, you have designated a certain amount or an account or some type of asset to go to the charity after you've passed. And that way you're able to give, possibly a bigger amount, and leave kind of a legacy after you've gone. So that's been coming up a lot more recently that I've seen in the last few years. And I'm not sure if you've seen that as well.
We have. We just received one of the largest gifts in the school's history. Wow. I would put it right up there, top 3, maybe 2. It probably, because there's some real estate involved. There's 4 houses that have to be sold. The trustee, who's an attorney, has indicated that the gift will probably be somewhere around $3 million. Wow. To us, and then another $3 million to the University of Arizona. It turned out that this individual had no family, and wanted to make sure that Saints was in a good place, and the University of Arizona Pharmacology School was in a good place. So that's how they thought about it. That's and awesome. Their impact, his impact is extreme.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Absolutely.
It will change a lot of lives.
Yeah.
$3 million.
Absolutely.
So I agree. And then we received a $300,000 gift from a trust, and you would think, well, it was a large amount of money.
Yeah.
But we figured in at about 2 or 3% of his entire estate. Didn't change, I don't think, his family situation at all. But $300,000 to us, gigantic. Yeah, it's huge, and so appreciative.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the most recent example that I have was a business owner who sold business, and he's in his 60s, and both of his kids though are doing great financially, and he was looking at it saying, kids aren't going to need this money. I want to give something back elsewhere. What's the best way to do that? And that's where the legacy planning comes into play. Which assets are we given and everything like that. So I would say at the end of the day, the message I want to get across there is, if you go to write a check and it's a good sized check there, take a step back and think about, is this the most efficient way of giving? I think that's the message I want to get across.
That's a good one, and certainly maybe those of you out there that are looking at this podcast might be thinking, well, not today, but I want you to keep thinking about it, because maybe in 2 weeks you'll maybe kind of stumble on the idea that you need some tax situations before the end of the year.
Yeah.
And of course Saints it's a 501c3, and we're trying to build an endowment worth $40 million. It's pretty big.
It's a big number.
But we're getting there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Matt, thank you for being here.
Thank you as well.
Really appreciate it. I noticed you wore your basketball Sure.
I got to represent for my basketball squad.
Right,
so
right. And I think we're 4-0 or 5-0 right now.
we're doing well. I went to
really well.
I went to the home opener and watched them, take care of business.
Yeah, I saw all but one game at the Madison tournament. I didn't see the first one, the Mission Viejo game, but we blew out a couple teams, and then we had a nail biter for the championship against. It was kind of weird how it happened. We play Mission Hills in football the night before.
Okay.
We win kind of a nail biter.
Yeah.
And then we get into an unbelievable. We're down by 10 in the third quarter.
Oh, man.
And against Mission Hills for the championship, and we come back, and I think we won by 5. So
That's awesome.
yeah, it's going to be a really good squad.
Cool.
Yeah, a lot
Looking
of
forward
fun.
to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
Really
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Better way to do that than just to check.
Good morning. We're at the Tijuana River Valley Regional Park. Today we are planting trees. You can see this whole embankment that we posted trees on. The guys are just cleaning up right now. I'm Mr. Giesing, and I'm here with a few seniors to hear about our experience. Hey guys.
Hey.
So let's introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm Luca Lisiaga.
I'm Alex Duran.
I'm Jacob Walton.
I'm Sam Freeze.
Hey, welcome guys. Thanks for coming out. I know we planted trees. What do you guys think about this big Giving Tuesday and we come out to park like this?
I think it's every year it's a great way to give to our community, do something to get us active. So yeah, it's kind of nice.
This was one of the closer locations that we came to, and I like that we decided to plant trees because that's something that we need more of, because that's going to help the environment, and it just makes the place look a lot prettier, and I'm glad that we could help out doing that.
Yeah, we did a good job. How many trees do you think we planted as a group? We had a big group.
Around 10 to 15.
Yeah, at least. Hey, maybe you guys come back in 10 years and see how it's going.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah.
So I know today we're also raising money for Giving Tuesday. And one of the things that they're doing now is building a scholarship for Mr. Kural. What do you guys think about that?
Kural's a great teacher. I never had him personally, but I heard great things about him. He's been teaching at Saints for 30 plus years. I've only heard great things about him.
Yeah, I'd have to second that. Mr. Kural, my freshman year English teacher, shout out. It was a tough class, but it was good. He's a big part of the school. Behind closed doors, he does a lot of things. So yeah, I think it's a good scholarship. He's someone that contributes to a lot of the school dances, and he's an announcer at the football games. He does a lot of coordination with the tickets for homecoming and all that, and he's just a big help to the school. And not a lot of people realize that.
Yeah, no, he was a great teacher last year. It was a difficult class, but I feel like he really prepared us for college.
Yeah, I've never had him personally, but I've seen a lot of the great things he's done, dances, and a lot of other schools.
He's kind of iconic. He's got that mustache. What do you think of that? All right, yeah. So thanks guys for coming out. But another question for you guys is, you guys are seniors, so you guys will be moving on, and it was great. I worked with some of you guys, and it's always good to see you guys around campus. It's really nice for me. It makes school much better with guys like you there. But can you guys tell me a little bit about your Saints experience overall?
It's been an interesting 4 years. Something that I don't think I've ever gotten in any other high school for sure. Just being together, knowing each other, because it's such a small community. It's really fun.
I think one of the things that comes up is kind of what you're describing almost is the brotherhood.
Oh yeah, the brotherhood is a thing that brings all of us closer together. It's not only just because we're all guys, but it's just the bond that we have between each other, and it's the memories that we make with each other. Just little memories at like dances or just different little moments in class and stuff like that that bring us together, and it's the bond that we all have that really connects us all, makes us really good friends, and that's what makes Saints what it is and what it's called to all of us, that we just.
Well, I'm glad you guys are here, and like I said, you guys make the school for the teachers and the staff like us, for sure. Everything about you guys. Well, again, we're sending hello from Tijuana River Valley Regional Park. I think I got that right.
Community room. Bob Duffy, class of 1990, is with me, and I was just kind of showing him everything that he's missed since he graduated. How long ago is that? 20 or 33 years ago?
33 years.
33 years.
Like a lifetime ago.
Right, and then you went off, when you graduated from Saints, you went off to Villanova.
That's right, that's right.
And so tell me about your Augustinian experience.
You know, it was fantastic, the transition from Saints to Villanova, where the buildings were the same name here on campus and on Villanova. The alma mater's the same, except blue and white, or except purple and gold, blue and white, couple of changes. So the transition was so smooth and easy for me. Some of the priests who taught me here at Saints were Villanova grads. Some of the priests that I had at Villanova who were professors knew the priests here. So it was, and Villanova, new home, right? It means new home. So it was definitely a new home for me, but it was such an easy transition coming from an Augustinian high school to an Augustinian college, right?
Yeah, we were.
Even though it was 3,000 miles away on the other side of the country.
Right. Well, you think about the history of St. Augustine High School, you would think that there would be some schools. We're the fourth school founded in North America by the Augustinians, and there are 10 of them. Mm-hmm. And some have closed, unfortunately, mm-hmm. but you would think that we wouldn't have been four. There were probably a few that were a little east of us mm-hmm. that would have been their place. But you know, we had our 100th year celebration last year, and it's too bad you weren't here for that. Mm. But the general of the order, in a very rare thing, had his mid-chapter meeting here. Mm. It's the only third time he's ever been in the United States, and both were at Villanova University.
Fantastic.
Until last year.
Okay.
And then he came here, and the mosaic up on the Villanova Hall mm-hmm. Was blessed by him, and very, very special blessing, also a very special Mass, and the fact that he would kind of honor us that way.
Fantastic.
Really felt good, because sometimes Villanova Preparatory School up in Ojai and Saints sometimes feel like the neglected sisters.
West Coast.
West Coast, it's
Yeah.
way far away, you know, like they never
Sure.
get out here. And,
Yeah.
and they have a lot of meetings with North American schools, and a lot of times it's so easy for those other schools to take advantage of Villanova University.
Sure.
Harder for us. Every
Yeah.
once in a while I'll go back for like what seems like a ridiculous thing to do, but I think it's important that we show our face back there every once in a while, let them know that we're still here.
And I understand that Father President Donahue came out here in
He
May
did.
for the commencement speech.
And then we hit the the daily double on that, you know, because I had like no hope that he would actually do that, and yet he did, and he gave a wonderful commencement talk about Augustinian education, specifically about St. Augustine High School, and I think it did kind of tie us together a little closer because he did that. I was very, very appreciative of that, and he knows it. I mean, I went all out to make sure he understood that I knew what he had done.
That's great.
So it was great. Yeah. So, you know Tom Goodall.
I do.
Class of 72, and for those of you just tuning in, one of the big emphasis this year is to raise $100,000 for the Tom Goodall Scholarship. And while there's a lot of scholarships, this one is a really special one because what it does is we've identified 4 schools that we want to support a little bit more than just our normal financial assistance. We want to give that extra, which would give some of the kids that might not be able to come here, even with our normal financial aid, a chance to come. And we've tested it in a couple places, St. Patrick's as well as Our Lady School, and we've noticed that we've had a big bounce in admissions because we're doing it. Yeah. And when I talked to Tom Goodall a little earlier this year about it, I said, what do you think about a student that is a leader in his school, really has a strong desire to come to Saints, can't really afford it,
right.
To apply it that way, and he was all for it. So that has really been our thrust about the last 5 years in trying to create more and more value in the proposition for someone to come to our school that might not be able to. Mm-hmm. And we all have different circumstances. So you were here in 90. So you started when I think Father Peja was
that's correct,
principal,
yeah.
and then Father Sanders,
that's right.
Your junior year,
correct.
Started, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah, that's. And I'm sure that was. I would like to hear like your experience with that, because Father Peja was very introverted, of course.
I remember that.
Yeah, and as I understand it, very rarely ever left his office.
Rarely saw him on campus. Yeah.
Yeah, he was intrigued by computers. Now this is 1988, mm-hmm. and he had, I think, an old Commodore or something like that.
Yeah.
But he did understand that it was a wave coming. But then John Sanders comes, Father John Sanders, and he took the place by storm, as I understand it.
He did.
So tell me about that.
remember,
Those initial kinds of experiences you had as a student
here. It was a change from Father Peja to Father. Father Peja was great, but Father Sanders was a much more of a presence on campus. I even remember him coming into a couple of our classrooms and introducing himself, shaking hands with the students. Very personable father and priest. It was a different atmosphere once Father Sanders took over as principal. Much more personable, interactive, I think, and more student focused. That was my impression from Father Sanders. Yeah.
I heard he was a little quirky.
He was, yeah.
He had a little quirk,
a little quirk to him.
Going.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of a lisp too in his voice. That's what I remember. But I think that quirkiness, translated well to the students. Like, made him more human in a sense, and not up here as a principal or as a priest, but someone more that we could kind of relate to a little bit more.
Kind of funny that he goes to SC and gets a master's degree in English literature, and is a big SC fan and not a Notre Dame fan. And he would go to the SC Notre Dame games and not cheer for Notre Dame. Wow. I thought that was pretty interesting little sidelight.
Staying true to his alma mater, though.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, they say that he got the wheel rolling here, and it hasn't stopped since he got it started.
Yeah.
And certainly I felt that when I started in 2006, and it's only just a few years after he died in 2000, as you recall. And were you in town at that time?
I wasn't. No, I was back in Philadelphia.
So
at the time.
you missed the
Yeah,
funeral,
missed
but
that.
I understand it was maybe the largest funeral or event on campus ever.
And that doesn't shock me at all because he was such a people person and reached out to so many different people. That doesn't shock me at all.
So you went to Villanova University and
did.
you stayed.
I came back after I graduated in '94 and did my graduate work at San Diego State. And then I got a teaching gig right after I got my master's at Southwestern College and taught there for 3 years. And then my brother, who's a graduate of '92 from Saints, he went to Lehigh University, which is about an hour and a half north of Philadelphia, and met his wife there, started his family right around the year 2000. Tom, my brother, and I are very close, and so to be closer to my brother, I moved out to the Philadelphia area in 2001 to be closer to him and my two nephews, my niece, and I was teaching college there since 2001. But again, this past summer, Principal Horn sent me an email saying, "Hey, Bob, we have an opening in the English department. We love your resume. Would you like to come back home and teach at Saints?" And when Saints comes a knocking, I come a running. So yeah,
we were glad you answered the call, Bob. Yeah, that's great. So tell me about your relationship with Tom Goodall.
Yeah, my first inspiration to be a teacher was Mr. Goodall. There's still so many things. This is going back to 1986, my freshman year at Saints. And there are still grammar lessons that I remember, The Great Gatsby. In fact, I sometimes joke now with Mr. Goodall, who is now my colleague, which is an eye-opener for me now, teaching alongside Mr. Goodall. But I still joke with him that there was an essay question that he gave us freshman year on The Great Gatsby, and the essay question was, who's the cannibal in this novel? And I wrote this, what I thought, fantastic essay on Jay Gatsby and supported it, I thought, with great evidence, and it came back a grade lower than what I was expecting. And the answer was, for those of you that know the novel, Meyer Wolfsheim, who has a human molar as a cufflink. And that always stuck with me, stuck in my craw. But it got me to be a critical reader and thinker. From that point on, every book that I picked up, I was looking for those finer details that Mr. Goodall asked me about, right, in those essay questions. Grammar lessons that I still teach today, learned from Mr. Goodall. Really, the first inspiration in my career path to become a teacher was Mr. Goodall. Stern, tough, a disciplinarian, but one of the teachers that I learned the most from, right? And one of the, if not the most memorable teacher that I had here at Saints was Mr. Goodall. Yeah.
So you missed last year when he had to shave his head, right?
I missed that. I did miss that. I can't believe I missed that now.
Yeah, Steve Smith, of course, put up the $50,000 to make that happen. And I was looking at Mr. Smith the other day. He was at Mass, and he's letting his Fu Manchu grow down like Tom Goodall now. And I asked him, I said, "You're trying to emulate Mr. Goodall?" And he goes, "He's my hero. Of course I am."
Yeah.
So,
and you know what? Mr. Goodall still looks the same as he did in the late '80s. Just the Fu Manchu was gray, right, and the gray hair. But everything else,
kind
is
of
still
longer hair.
Yeah.
Always dresses impeccably.
Yeah.
Likes a new car. Yeah. Yeah, and he's the ultimate family man. Like at almost every event that I go to, if Tom is invited, they're all there. You know, all the kids, his wife. Yeah, it's really, really cool to see a family that's that tight.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tom graduated in '72, so he really started in '68, and he never really looked back, did he?
Yeah.
And he's here today, and so he's seen a lot of development on our campus. And anyway, I'm just really proud to do this scholarship for him. I think it's, he's very worthy of this honor of having this named after him. So we'll go to work and we'll see if we can make that happen. And I hope that if you're watching this, you realize that the value of St. Augustine High School and what it means for young men. We just heard Bob's story, and it's an experience that really changed his life. I've been here 18 years, and I guarantee you it's changed my life. The people that are year-round and every day, it's just a beautiful, maybe the best kept secret in San Diego, but if you have a boy, you want him to go to St. Augustine High School because he will leave a different person than you could ever imagine. And he'll have his head on straight and he'll know his direction when he leaves here. Well, I really appreciate, Bob, you coming by today for this.
Sure, absolutely.
Obviously, this Giving Tuesday thing it's got a life of its own now, and you're going to help make this a very successful day. So thank you.
Happy to do it.
Thanks.
It's great to be back home.
Yeah, it's great to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Father Max Villanueva, our chaplain. As many of you know, and some of you might not know, today's a big day for us as we are really trying to, our goal is $100,000 by day's end for the Tom Goodall class of 1972 scholarship. And we launched that a couple weeks ago at Anthony Wagner's home, class of 94. We had a wonderful party there, and we raised $25,000 that night. And so we're off and running with this. And as you know, Giving Tuesday has been something that Saints has participated in. I think this is our 4th year in a row doing this, and it really starts kind of our Christmas giving season. So for those of you who kind of dodged this a little bit, you'll be getting a letter in the mail, hopefully stimulating you to think long and hard about this. You really couldn't give to a greater cause. And so, Father Max, why don't you just basically give a little history of yourself? How did you become a friar? How does that happen?
Yeah, I get that question a lot.
I bet you do.
And a lot of it actually started here in San Diego. I went to San Diego State, and I was, funny enough, very involved with the Newman Center there, so not typical of what San Diego State's known for, but that's really where my faith kind of blossomed, and I was able to make my faith truly my faith. At that point, it's not family going to church together, it's on myself going to church on my own. The good thing there was an 8 p.m. mass on Sunday, so I could never sleep in past 8 p.m. And I was always, every Sunday, from the very first Sunday I got on campus, I said, I'm going to go to church, I'm going to go to mass. And I developed some friendships there in the Newman Center, made some really good friends. I've actually since baptized a few of their kids and done a few weddings. But that's where I was so involved, where at the end of my time at San Diego State, the pastor there said, well, why don't you make it official and join the priesthood? And so at the time, I joined the Diocese of San Diego for a year. And I was living a community life in seminary with them. And I realized, wow, I really like this community life deal. And so I discerned that diocesan life wasn't for me. And then I found the Augustinians. It's all about community life. And so that's what the discernment went pretty smoothly. Just here at the monastery over there was one day that I was there on a discernment retreat, and the monastery felt like home. And just feeling the feeling of I'm at home and not in someone else's house allowed me to discern that this is the place for me. Mm-hmm. And that was a little over 10 years ago, and I'm still here.
And you're not from the United States.
Yeah, I was born in Texas, if you want to call it a different country.
Well, that's a different country.
My parents, though, are French Canadians. A lot of times people will say, "Oh, you're Max the Canadian running around," and yeah, I'm French Canadian from Montreal. So I do. You might see me with Mrs. Allen. We speak French with each other sometimes, and my French is getting rustier as the years go on. I don't use it too often here in San Diego, but it has helped me with my Spanish, and I'm able to assist sacramentally with Spanish too, which is good.
Well, what's kind of interesting, where I was going with that, and you gave me the wrong answer. But I was going, our first principal was Father Alphonse Martel,
yes,
who was a Canadian, and he founded our school. Actually, he was involved with purchasing this 10-acre plot of land that we now call home for saints. And he moved on to New Orleans for a while, became a diocesan priest, built a school, I understand, very similar to this school, mm-hmm. which would be Vasey Hall. And then he retired, but he retired back in Canada, as I understand it. Yeah. So he kind of made the full circle, did his thing, developed a couple schools.
We have good Canadian roots here.
We do. So viva Canada.
Yeah.
So you've been here 5 or 6 years?
It's actually my 7th year.
7th year?
Yeah, my 6th year full time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what has been your experience at Saints? What would you say are maybe some of its more special attributes?
You know, what's funny about how I first came here on a pastoral year as part of my formation, and I first came here because I didn't know anything about high school ministry and what high schools were and that side of us as Augustinians and what we do. And I wanted to do it as part of my pastoral year to just kind of see, well, if I don't like it, it's only a year, and if I like it, great. Mm-hmm. And I showed up here, and from day one, I was blown away by the community, by the boys, just how they're able to be themselves, that they know that they have a supportive environment here where they receive a lot of love, but challenge too. And really seeing the mission of, we say, we're accepting boys and graduating men. And I truly think we're doing that in a time when the world really needs that right mm-hmm. now. Mm-hmm. I think is really great. And I always tell people, like, I'm never bored. There's always something to do. Right now, there's the guys that run around the field behind me, but that could easily be a game or a scrimmage, or mm-hmm. There might be something happening in the theater, or there's just no shortage of things happening on this campus. It's just bustling with activity, bustling with life. Mm-hmm. And there's being as part of that life, then I just really find God in that, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to miss God in this
God
work,
is
really.
Everywhere on this campus.
It is.
Yeah.
So behind us right now, our football team won a big game against La Costa Canyon a couple weeks ago, and are preparing for the Madison game. And we have soccer tryouts going on. And I know that they're getting ready for the theater production coming up, I think, next week, actually, or maybe even this week.
Yeah.
It's coming at us very quickly. You know Tom Goodall, right?
Yeah.
What would you say? He's been here 45 years. You've been here 7 years. You've probably interfaced with him on a couple of times. what would you say about him and kind of the Saints experience, being a Saintsman? How does Tom Goodall fit into that?
He's
kind of
always one of the teachers that if I meet alumni, they're going to ask, that name is going to come up. Is Mr. Kural still there? And I say yes, and that brings them so much joy when they hear, oh, yes, he's still there. And so he's a really special person, but I think really has been shaped by Augustinian education. He's been friends of many different Augustinians throughout the years here. He's very close to us. And I think on the surface, you wouldn't see that just overtly looking right away. But recently, there was a family event that he had, and 8 Augustinians showed up that we were there. And none of us really knew that all 8 of us were showing up. We just thought 1 or 2 others might be there, but there were over 8 of us there at the time. And so he's truly close to us, and I think he just is able to relate to the kids in the classroom and set a standard for them. And then once you kind of set the standard, then boys like to try and live up to that standard.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the school's about that too. So he really sort of gets that part of what we do, and he gets it really well.
Yeah, I've always been truly impressed with the Goodall family.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems if Tom is at any kind of event, his family, and when I say family, it's just not his wife.
Right.
You know, it's his daughter and son as well. So, yeah, they're close by at really all the time. We've talked a lot about, you know, maybe Tom and that in his academic pursuits and being a Saintsman. But you carry on a tradition here that I think has been here since its inception, and that is weekly student mass. Mm-hmm. And I know it's a passion of yours, and you do it so well. How does it feel for you being kind of involved in that on a weekly basis, being able to speak to the students?
I really love it. I always, one of the first masses of the school year, I always tell them that this is going to be the heartbeat of our year and really the heartbeat of their time at Saints. And the one thing I can promise them when they arrive is that they will have highs and that they will have lows, and that this mass will be here.
Mm-hmm.
It will be there for them. And even at the very beginning of COVID, when the school had to shut down, we had a faculty meeting, and I said, and I don't know how we're going to do it, but we will have a mass this Wednesday that will be live streamed to the community. And I didn't know about Zoom and the technology or any of those things, and I found out really quick. But that was something really important to me, that we still have mass, and it became an important symbol for a lot of people at the kind of that peak of that COVID time when things really were shut down, that this was still happening, that life was still moving. Mm-hmm. And I think it became a symbol of hope. And now for the boys, it's a great time where they truly do see that they're all together. That sign of peace, which is really beautiful, mm-hmm. that they kind of just get to go around and give some hugs and just bring some joy here. And I do hear sometimes, a lot of times towards the end of their time at Saints, sometimes they'll kind of say, I wish I paid more attention when I was a sophomore in the stands. And well, that's fine. That's the experience of being a sophomore in the stands, is you are kind of squirrely as a 15-year-old, and you're probably not paying as much attention as you should be because you can't. But now that you realize the importance of what you had, now go and continue to live that out when you move on in your faith journey. That Mass is always going to be, the Catholic Church is all over the world. And so find that Catholic Church, go to that Sunday Mass, let it continue to be that heartbeat of what it is that you do. And then just be there sacramentally and have really Jesus truly present at the center of our school, literally at that time. It's a great symbol of what we're about at Saints.
It's really phenomenal. We do a lot of exit interviews with seniors just maybe 3 weeks before they graduate. And they cite Mass probably more than any other activity as a special remembrance that they'll have for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And I see it as a very, very powerful vehicle for them just quieting down, learning to be reflective, which it's hard to do in the 21st century for sure. But I think they actually, after a while, they actually look forward to that.
And it's their Mass. The musicians it's all student-led. The Eucharistic ministers that you see that come up each week to assist me, they don't get service hours for doing that. Mm-hmm. They just want to do it. I just tell them you need to be confirmed and do a little training with me. And then they show up week after week doing that. I have 2 guys who serve as captains of Eucharistic ministers. And then Altar servers this year, we have 5 consistent altar servers. And I always kind of say, as many as want to do it can do it, and they form themselves a little team, and that's all driven by them. They're the ones showing up at 7:15 to start setting up for mass, on their own, because that's something that they want to do, and they take pride in that. And I think the boys really like that. This is a consistent thing that they have in the world with so much inconsistency, I think, and that we can truly speak about God in an open way, and they hear that from their teachers too. They know that they're praying in all their classes, and sometimes I'll have that conversation where someone might be worried going to a college environment where there won't be prayer everywhere, and they kind of start to realize what it is that we're doing. Some of it's not really going through the motions, but it's that the motions are important. And so we go through them because that's what's good and leads to that flourishing environment.
Some habits are good habits.
Yes, yeah.
And they play really well in our futures, especially if we have the skill set when we need the skill set.
Yeah.
So a lot of people know that the Augustinians are here at Saints, but where else are they in the West? I know this is the California Western Province.
Right.
How many? There are 33 Augustinians right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, give or take.
Okay, give or take. But like, where would people find Augustinians in California and even beyond?
Sure.
Here.
Yeah. So we've got our presence. Obviously, we're right here in North Park, St. Patrick's Parish, not too far away. And we're also present in Los Angeles, in the Hollywood area, Los Feliz, our Mother Good Counsel Parish, and in the Ojai Valley in Ventura County. We have both a parish and a school, actually about the same distance as us to St. Pat's, St. Thomas Aquinas Parish, and Villanova Prep School. We also have some Augustinians in San Francisco, near the University of San Francisco. It was a house of study for some time, and so some are still there. And then around the country, Chicago, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Philadelphia is where we started as friars in the United States specifically. And the Boston area, Merrimack College, we're there too. So there's about 150 friars in the United States right now, all across the country, with 30 of them here in California.
So we had a year ago in September, we launched our 100th year celebration, and the general from the Augustinian general was here. Tell me how rare that is, and what a blessing it was to St. Augustine High School. It's just a rare thing.
Well, in 700 years of the history of the Order of St. Augustine, the prior general, and that event specifically has never happened here. It's only happened in the United States 3 times. So we were the 4th time that was able to happen. And that it happened in California is just tremendously, it's an unheard of reality, that all these things kind of lined up with our 100 years. It was one of those things that we couldn't miss. We couldn't not do with the way everything was happening, and that they were looking for a place to host it, and we were the first ones to put our hands up and say we want to host this event, and that allowed the Augustinian world to really see us as California Augustinians, and specifically to see this beautiful campus. And I heard from many of the friars, it made a huge impression on the friars from all over the world, and that they talked about how they were going to bring some things from what they saw here on our campus to Augustinian campuses all over the world. So just the one day that we got to show off Saints and who we are really allowed the Augustinian world to see what we're about. And now I'm hearing it from people when I've traveled to Europe now a few times, and I hear from other Augustinian friars, oh, San Diego, that's the place. And specifically the Colegio, a lot of times in other languages, Colegio Agustino. Yep, that's us, St. Augustine High School. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was certainly, it's hard to understand the history of that, being a layperson. But as I've thought about it, yeah, it was a huge honor for us. So if you were a parent of a boy that was in 8th grade, and you were to make a pitch about this school to that parent, what would you say to them?
This is the best place for your boy to be. On every level, academics, sports, arts, socialization, everything that you would want for your boy to thrive and come to know truly who he is, who God is calling him to be. that's going to happen here at Saints. And I think that's one thing that we've been consistently good at through all the years of our history. What we hear from alumni all the time, they come back here and they just say, this school made me who I am. And that's really ultimately our job. And I think we just do it really well because we know who we are. We don't try and be what we're not. We know we're a Catholic school. We're Augustinian. We're proud of it. We're all boys. We're proud of it. And so every aspect of this campus goes towards that mission. We're a mission-driven campus. And to have just everyone rowing the same direction together, every adult that's here on this campus, from someone in an office to a classroom to whatever it might be, everyone's here for the boys. And we all are living out to that calling and responding to how God is calling us to serve Him in serving the boys that are here.
Well, we're certainly glad you're with us. Your leadership is vital to our mission. And I think we have thrived because of a continued Augustinian presence here. And you manifest that here now. And so thank you.
Thank you. And it's a presence that's going to continue. So the Augustinians will be here.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
We're blessed. So thank you, Father Max, and enjoy the rest of your day. And if you're so moved, kind of go to our website and you'll find a place to click on. And we're grateful for anything that you might give to St. Augustine High School. Thank you. We hope you like the last interview with Father Max. Father Max is out actually with some students working on an area of the county that was destroyed by a fire several years ago. And I think in our very first year of doing service to the county, our entire school went out and planted trees. And this is about 10 years ago. And these trees are now have grown and actually are becoming a forest. And so anyway, it's kind of cool to see like your work from years ago come to fruition in actually what it means. There's been a little movement. We've raised altogether today about $148,000 at this point. $110,000 is going to other scholarships, but we're standing pretty close to $38,000 for the Gall Scholarship. So we're inching forward on that, and we have some people to thank. Nick Kural, Tom's son, made a very nice donation. Thank you, Nick. Regina Rose, Norman Tipton, Mike Kutry, Marvin Naomi, Pat Comer, Constantine Douglas, and Chuck Talley, Greg McCroskey, and Lisa Gomez have all made contributions since the last announcement that we've made. So very grateful for that, very appreciative of that. It kind of moves us forward to a little closer to our goals for today. And for today, the Kall Scholarship, we're trying to get to $100,000. That is the kind of the magic number for that scholarship. That's when it becomes a real scholarship. Now, we're going to show you a little service. So we're going to take you to San Miguel Park. We have Greg Hecht, our assistant principal for academics, out there with some boys. So let's go out to San Diego Park and see Greg and see what they're doing out there.
3, 2, 1. Who are you?
I'm Nathan Covington.
Nathan, welcome today. Why are we here today? And what are you guys doing right here?
We're at San Diego County Park. We're picking up weeds and clearing out a ravine.
Okay, cool. Very nice. What are your thoughts on Giving Tuesday?
It's it's a good day. It's a good way to give yourself to the community.
Fantastic. Where did you go to grade school?
I went to St. Martin of Tours Academy in La Mesa.
And when did you first hear about Saints?
Through my sisters, because they attended OOP. They're like, go to Saints. It's a good school.
Awesome. What was your 4 years at Saints like?
Amazing. Really good. Made really good friends that I hope to be lifelong. Played sports. Found out what the brotherhood was really like.
What's your first reaction when I say brotherhood?
Saints, friends.
Okay. Yeah. What plans do you have for next year? What do you want to do?
College. Hopefully flight school eventually.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you had Mr. Kural for a teacher, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so today for Giving Tuesday, we're raising money to start the Kall Scholarship. What do you think about that?
It sounds amazing. He's been at Saints for however long. He was a really good teacher. I had many stories. Taught me a lot about English and how to write the correct essays. He was a good guy.
Outstanding. Hey, thanks for being with us today.
Of course.
All right.
Failed to tell you today is we have some pretty good deals today. We have a movie. You probably heard about this movie. It's an hour-length movie about St. Augustine High School. It's called The Sons of St. Augustine, and produced and edited and directed by our very own Chris Cashman. And for any gift today of $100 or more, you'll get a downloadable copy of that film, and it's something that you could show on Christmas Day because you're going to get it before Christmas. And for $250 or more, you'll get a copy of my book that came out about a year ago called The Saintsman. And that book and the movie, kind of a nice little set celebrating the centennial anniversary of our school. So, $100 for the film, $250 for the film and the book. And we hope that that might tickle your fancy just a little bit.
Took over an hour. It was about a 45-minute ride from La Jolla and then another half hour from the plaza out, where I picked up the number 2 streetcar that brought me out to either Laurel Street or Redwood. And then I'd walk from there to school.
I grew up in North Park, 28th Street. I was able to either walk or ride our bikes from our house.
I lived in La Mesa, and I commuted by bike. I rode my bike 6 miles to Saints and back every day. Unless it was raining, then I would get a ride from my mom.
it's toast time in Tinseltown. It's toast time.
These are the world's famous heartache eggs, by the way. These eggs are going to be famous. John, nice job on burning all the toast. You had a simple job and you screwed it up.
My family came from Wisconsin in 1947 and came to La Mesa.
You beat me in a year.
Yep. And so...
because you're a lot older.
Anyway, the reason I went to St. I think was because my mother had gone to Catholic elementary school, and I don't know why. My older brother went to Grossmont, and his sister went to Grossmont, and then the next two girls went to Rosary. And Rosary High School was the girls' Catholic high school in Mid-City.
I grew up in El Cajon, and my other two brothers and sister went to Grossmont as well. So I was the only Saints guy in the family, which has been a blessing. It's been my whole life.
St. Augustine was a man of his time, born in 354, died in 430, was 76 years old. And in his time, Northern Africa, present-day Algeria, apparently was a very bright individual, very intelligent as a young man.
We Augustinians have inherited a great legacy from St. Augustine of Hippo, who had a great vision for what the church might be and what he himself wanted to become. Augustine did not enter fully into the church until he was 33 years old. His conversion was a long and trying one.
After he embraced the faith, and he was baptized by St. Ambrose, a great saint. And so in the process, he needed to have brothers, community members, who were his friends. And those friends...
So we're back in the studio. Our guest performer is Anthony Wagner, class of 1994. And before we go to that, our little interview, I would like to say that we are going to show a little bit of the film today, just to kind of wet your whistle on the film. I think you'll be intrigued by it. Some wonderful interviews, and it really documents who we are and our first 100 years. So, Anthony, you graduated in 1994. So you were here in the early John Sanders days, Father John Sanders days. And from what I know from the history, because I did write the book, it seemed like a very exciting time at the school. Could you kind of maybe describe, being a freshman coming into Saints, what it was like in those days?
Yeah, it was in fact, it was an entirely different school to where we had the bungalows, we had the lockers, and it looked a whole lot different then than it does now. Mm-hmm. While it takes on or manifests two different schools, it's the same community. And it's the community to which I attest and that I love in supporting Catholic education. And I got my love and affinity for Saints in 8th grade. I was at St. Therese. I played 8th grade basketball, and every time I got to play in the gym, in which we are now, probably shooting a basket right around there, it was a treat. The lineage, the history, the boys and then men that came before me. It was a wonderful time to shape the mind of a young man into a saintsman. Mm-hmm. And for that, I'm eternally grateful.
Right. I know that the impetus for the Tom Kural class of 72 scholarship came from you and maybe some others. Maybe you could talk about that. How did this happen?
Yeah. I always had an affinity for Tom Cadell, and I'll get to that story, and a feeling of obligation to give back. Because when I was unable to prove myself as a young man, my whole life was in front of me, he believed in me, and he believed in me unconditionally. And I'll get to that story. So went to St. Therese. I didn't learn to read or write till after the 5th grade. And the diocese was always encouraging me to find another school because I was bringing down the test scores of the entire school. And I remember going to the diocese for the grade school, and everybody always wanted to help me find a school that could best service my dyslexia and all of the learning disabilities that I had. So I went to the Slingerland program, I went to the Orton Dyslexia Society, and did all of these tutoring and school, and to try to get myself more prepared for high school. And I remember taking the Saints entrance exam, and I literally didn't know any of the answers. I could barely read the thing. And I remember just making dots on the Scantron. And then I would wonder, what's the statistical probability that I answered all of the questions correctly and I had a perfect score? It turns out that I didn't have a perfect score, which landed me my first connection with Mr. Cadell. At the time in 1989, Mr. Cadell was the academic vice principal responsible for gauging if a young man from grade school had what it took to become a saintsman, or are they not the right fit? Because not everybody can be a saintsman. And landed in his office, and he's like, well, how did you think you did on the entrance exam? I'm like, I don't know, maybe not so well. He's like, yeah, I agree with you. He's like, well, why didn't you really do your best? And I'm like, no, I did my best. It's just, I can't read that well, and I gave you my best, but maybe it wasn't good enough. He's like, well, why do you want to go to Saints? Why do you want to go to Saints? And I said, well, I never thought I'd go anywhere else. It just, that was in my paradigm. I was going to go to Saints. And he gave that some pause. And he's like, well, are you going to do your best? I said, absolutely. I had to take some remedial classes. I think it was English or maybe math. And I got into Saints with his blessing, because he literally could have been the no that I was hearing most of my young life with regard to academic success. He believed in me when I didn't necessarily know how to believe in myself or how to articulate how important it is for a person like him, as person of stature, educational stature, to believe in someone and to have that individual have that impression like, I'm meant to be here. I'm going to do okay. And Saints is the place for me. There was a whole bunch of by the ways. So I get into the school. And the by the way was, my father, who worked very difficult times, he was a Sears delivery man that didn't earn a whole lot of money. And the by the way is, we can't afford the tuition. The tuition at the time was $6,000. And my dad earned maybe a bit over that. And it was like, oh gosh, well, you got in, so how do we figure out how to pay it? And oh, by the way, we might not be able to make that first payment. And Tom Cadell worked with Steve Chipp, who was the financier at Saints at the time. And for the next 4 years, I was a school janitor after school, and then during the summers, in order to pay off the other half, because at the time you were a janitor and that would lower your tuition by 50%. And then I would take on the next thing of painting the school during the summers to take on the rest of it. So all 4 years I was a janitor, and then during 3 of the summers I was a painter for the school. And it was Tom Kall who put me on that path to have the keys to the opportunity that Saints brings. Fast forward, I picked a career in which I talk for a living. That's what I do. I don't write much, but I talk. I'm a spokesperson for a $1 billion company here in San Diego. And it's all about relationship, and it's all about trust. It's all about authenticity. Everything that Saints gave me as a value. I had the opportunity to give back to Saints after I sent my boy through Saints, because that's, as everybody knows, expensive.
Not $6,000.
Yeah, it was a bit more than $6,000. Saints, Liam Sean did perfectly well at Saints, a whole lot better than I. You had to be really adept to have Tom Kall as a teacher. He taught freshman honors English and then some other classes.
He still does.
Liam got the opportunity to have Tom Kall as a teacher. I never had him as a teacher, and that's got to tell you what an impression that man made on me and my success and what I attribute to success because of Tom Kall. So after Liam graduated in 19, my wife Janet Casey and I knew that we could continue to keep giving back to Saints so that a truck driver's son could have the opportunity to go to Saints if they couldn't afford it. Academics will handle themselves, but I wanted to make sure that even the kid that couldn't afford it, that had the inclination, the desire to go to Saints, would have that opportunity. So I spoke with many of your colleagues. I got together with Chris Cashman, and I came up with the idea of, well, how do you honor a man's legacy that's been at Saints for more than 40 years? How do you honor his name? And how do you tell a man how much he's meant to you, your career, your ethics, your values, the foundation of who I am as a man? And I was able to steer a lot of wonderful people at Saints to have the inception of the Tom Kall Scholarship, to where my wife and I, as well as my parent company, gave the seed money to start the scholarship. Many very generous Saintsmen have also given, and that's how we find ourselves where we are today.
To start it off, you had a lovely party at your home.
Yep.
That you had just remodeled and everything, and I just thought it was just a beautiful setting for the Gall family, who were all there, of course, with baby.
Yeah.
The grandson, I think, or daughter.
Yeah.
One of those. It has to be one of those two. They were there, and plus a lot of people, and a lot of different generations were represented by the party you held, and I was very, very impressed with just the kind of the way the party unfolded. Your talk was beautiful. I tried to fill in some of some of the blanks. I told him this morning, we interviewed him at a Little League field, Presidio Little League field. I didn't even know he existed, but he's out there doing service today with a bunch of kids. We sat on the bench on one of the Little League fields, and we talked about just his 45 years as a teacher, 4 years as a student, 5 decades being here. I mean, we're only 100 years old. I mean, the guy's been here almost half that time, doing his very best, I think, to create really good saintsmen. And I told him this. I said, you know, Tom, I think if anyone can talk about what is a saintsman, it's probably you, because you mold these boys into these amazing upperclassmen that do so much for our school. You know, once they're kind of old enough to take the reins of leadership. Such a humble guy.
There was a tapestry of saintsmen at that party, and each and every one of them was touched by Tom Kall to show up to a Tom Kall Scholarship party. I think that, I don't know, 50 people showed up.
I would say that's about right.
But if you do the math, over 45 years, how many boys have gone through? How many people have their own Tom Kall story? How many people have their own Tom Kall story that's funny, where don't look at the clock? If you look at the clock, you're going to get a detention. Just what the crazy, dry humor that he has. I can't help but think, just statistically, if he made such an incredible impact on my trajectory, what is the statistical probability that he made an amazing impact on more than, call it 5,000 boys?
Well, 45 years of 175 graduates.
Yeah. I'm going to let you do the math.
I'm not even going to do that,
but there's a lot of them. And this Giving Tuesday, if your company that you work for supports it, if you are inclined to go to St. Augustine's website and make a donation in the name of the Thomas Kall Scholarship, or whatever fancy words you want to use with Tom Kall in them, and I would imagine you make sure it gets to the right spot.
Absolutely. We're already, we've probably raised approximately $15,000 just today, just for that scholarship, plus the money that came in the night of your party. So we're probably around $40,000 right now. And we're going to do our Christmas annual appeal. It's in Tom's name as well, and that usually does very well. Because a lot of people don't know about this. Some of the older people, they have no idea that they could actually watch of us talk about Tom and that sort of thing. So I did it on paper as well. It's really encouraging to me. I think those of us in Catholic education for a long, long time, we never really ever thought about wealth. I think more than anything, we thought about meaning. And I look at his life, and I feel blessed like that as well. I just haven't been at one school for 45 years. I've been at 5 schools. But I think of all the boys that get back to me, and I know maybe more to Tom, it makes your life worthwhile.
Ed, I would say don't sell yourself short in the fact that your purpose, why God put you on this earth, is to be a builder and to, use the word again, manifest other people's dreams. People can think about it, but you're the one that's able to put it on paper and make everything, the roof that we're under today, a reality.
Well, thank you.
Saints is infinitely better because of a builder, a developer like yourself that made Saints even better. How can you make Saints better from 1994 and have a bridge to 2024? It's people like you that are able to weave together other people's purpose into sharpening that pencil for Saints, writing a check, putting the beam in the right spot, and creating a legacy, Ed, that will outlive us all. The bricks, the building, the infrastructure will last 100 years, 200 years, longer than you're on this earth. But your fingerprints and everybody else's fingerprints are all over saints. The heartbeat, the blood, the life of saints is alive and well because people like me, people like you, people like that are listening know that their experience with saints is not over. I'm not in high school. I remember well what high school did for me, what saints did for me, everything saints taught me about how to be a person that's focused on the greater good, and that if you have the capability, your journey with saints goes well beyond high school and has the capability of giving back to that young boy who can't read or write, that's still figuring things out, that doesn't know up or down, but somebody believed in him, somebody gave him a chance. And you got a whole bunch of those boys walking around on Saints campus today.
Well, you're very kind, Anthony. Thank you. Do you have anything else you'd like to say before we break?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to you, because the administration, the behind the scenes, is not glamorous, is necessary, and it deserves someone that's cerebral enough to make it all happen. So thank you for that. And thank you to Saints for helping me be the man of integrity that I am today, the father I am to a daughter of OLP, to a Saints boy that just got his first job right out of college. I am in debt to Saints and what the Saints ideology means for the future.
Well, I tend to agree with everything you've said, and I understand why you make your living with words. It was absolutely so well done.
Thank you, sir.
Oh my God, it was beautiful.
Thank you for
beautiful.
having me.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for your gift. And I think we got a matching gift today, right?
Yeah. My parent company, my wife and I, were able to do another matching fund. So
it's wonderful.
It's enough to pay a little bit of tuition for the next Saintsman.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Much less an experience in the arts. And I think Ahern somehow encouraged me to follow it and allowed my father to put up with the idea maybe that there's something in life other than the real estate business.
The enrollment went by 1957 to 850, the highest it's ever been. That was just before University High School opened. Now, of course, it diminished with a new school, but not that much. It was still about 700 in the succeeding years. I pursued a campaign to make the school a kind of symbol of Catholic influence in this city.
Father Wasco decided that we needed to learn to dance and then recruited the girls from Our Lady of Peace and Rosary. Maybe we did it 4 weeks in a row after school for a couple hours.
It's very difficult to really have conversations with or converse easily with the girls, but we got to meet them for the first time, and it was kind of a kick.
Freshman dance lessons looks like a group of awkward young men and a group of awkward young ladies lined up in a gym looking at one another while the professor in the middle is trying to get people to be less awkward.
They were fun. They were kind of miserable at the same time. And the funny thing is that I don't know that I ever actually danced with a girl other than when they made me.
Well, freshman dance lessons are a rite of passage, I think, but it's a good way to jump in and get to meet people right away.
Was learning the cha-cha and the box step and all these kinds of things that you would never do at a Saints dance, but it was like the requirement.
My hands were so sweaty. It was very apparent that the girls were in charge in the room just because all the guys were just kind of still scared of girls.
Yeah, I was super embarrassed and weirded out, but everybody was. The whole thing was just, it was like, no, thank you. No, I do not want to, don't even look at me over there.
Like if I look, I did very well academically. I was a disaster in freshman dance. And so first, I was kind of scared of the opposite sex at that time, but combine that with having no real musical ability, it made it a terrifying experience for me.
I would say there might have been half with the confidence and the ability to walk into that room with the girls and get it. The other half, I think, can we swear on this? Or yeah, I think the other half were scared shitless.
I happened to have been a freshman the year John Kennedy was assassinated. To this day, I remember we were going into Mass and overheard the loudspeaker. We've just received word that President Kennedy has been shot in Dallas. And people, I just couldn't believe it. In the middle of the Mass, just before the offertory, somebody passed Father Neely a piece of paper, and it said, pause for a few moments, we just received that President Kennedy has died. At first, there was a little bit of disbelief, and it took a while for the country, and I think for the school, to be happy again. I also felt that it brought the school together more in the sense that certainty was no longer part of our life.
So in the 60s, there was a lot of tension, racial tension in the country. But we felt a lot of it because, even though San Diego was pretty isolated, I mean, things didn't happen here too much. We were pretty laid back. At the same time, there was this undercurrent of unhappiness with the fact that we really, whether it was self-segregated or imposed segregation, you had neighborhoods where there was Mexicans, and you had neighborhoods where there were black, and you had neighborhoods where there were white, low income and high income were separate, and all that was really separated. When I got here to Saints, all of that evaporated because there were kids from everywhere, rich, poor. In fact, there were very wealthy families from Tijuana that would send their kids. They probably had more money than any of the rest of us, and it was really kind of classic because then they would invite us down to Tijuana.
Most of the time that I was going to Saints, we were commuting. And there was a group of ladies, about 4 ladies, I think, they got together, and they would take turns bringing the kids from Tijuana to St. Augustine. Obviously, there was no line, so, you know, it was very different than what it is today. There's always been racism in San Diego, but I never saw that at the school. Not from the teachers, not from other students. Always a united family, something that is never seen before.
I would get picked up at 5:30 in the morning because I would carpool. And what a lot of us did is we did our homework on the borderline, because sometimes it would take an hour or an hour and a half. And sometimes by the time you get to school, it had been 2 hours. I think being part of this long tradition and making a sacrifice to go from Mexico to the US every day makes going to Saints a really unique experience for a lot of us.
Funny enough, my grandparents did the exact same crossing, class of 54 and 55. So to be able to follow in their footsteps 40 years later is something that was really special to me.
I think in our senior year early on, the Augustinians sent a priest here to recruit to see if there were any students who were interested in one day becoming a priest. And so all my friends were being pulled out of class to be interviewed. And they interviewed them all except me. I was the only one. So what was it that they knew about me?
And I remember being down by the rectory where the priests all had lunch together every day. So I'm walking down the alley, and I happen to be passing the window where they have lunch. But I heard these gales of laughter just explode. Just like a bunch of men's laughter. And I stopped, and I couldn't hear anything else. When I brought it up to Mike Greenwald, he said, "Oh, that's every day, John. You know what they're doing? They're telling the stories of what you guys did in class." Father Kane used to get a glint in his eye when we'd pull pranks. And it was always great because it's like, very clever. Here, sign for 5 points. You know, you're not getting away with it.
Well, I hope you like the clip of the movie. and maybe it has inspired you to maybe make a gift as well. Just to reiterate, $100 a gift to St. Augustine, to the Tom Goodall Scholarship, will get you rights to a copy of the movie, and for $250 you'll get both the book and the movie. And we hope that you'll make that contribution today. With me today is Tom Doyle, the president of the Alumni Association. Tom, how long have you been chair at this point?
In my third year as a president.
As president. And what does the Alumni Association do?
So the Alumni Association is just a group of guys that get together to put on events that help bring the alumni back to the school. We want the alumni to be part of the community. We want them to be involved in more of the day-to-day that's going on at the school. So we host game watch parties before basketball games on campus. We've done tailgates before football games. We're trying to work with the different sports teams like rugby and soccer and basketball. If they have alumni games to bring guys back, we try and host some sort of a lunch to get the guys together, let them have a good time, come back to the campus, feel connected to the community again.
Right. And you have a monthly meeting. Well, when is that generally held?
So we meet the second Tuesday of every month. It's usually held here on campus. We have done some just Zoom meetings, but all of our meetings are available via Zoom. So if anyone's interested in that, you can send us an email through the website on the alumni page, and we can get you added to that Zoom list.
Okay. Well, so what is on tap for the Alumni Association coming up? What's your calendar like? I know it's busy.
It is. It's getting busy now, but it's going to be a fun busy. So this upcoming Saturday, we have the JV and Varsity Parochial Football Championships here on campus. We'll have 4 teams in the JV and 4 teams in the varsity division, all of them playing here, and then we'll crown champions for both divisions. Coming up next Wednesday on the 6th, we're going to have our the third alumni networking event. It'll be here on campus. Coach Hop will be speaking about basketball and what's going on at Saints.
So tell me about that new organization. What is the genesis of that, and what is the hope for it?
Yes, we've had a number of guys over the years, in the last 5 or 6 years associated with the Alumni Association that have wanted to get together for networking purposes. There were a couple smaller groups that weren't technically in the Alumni Association, but now that the association is part of the school, we're trying to provide any resource that the alumni are looking for. We want to be able to provide that. So we have a group of guys that got together to come up with an idea for a way to do a networking event, get guys back together. They can hear about what's going on campus, what's new and improved at the school, see how things are for the students now, get together with some guys from your class, other classes, whoever it may be, just to talk about what they've been up to, what's going on. At the same time, we know that networking happens and people are going to get together and pass business cards and find out if someone's a lawyer, doctor, real estate, whatever it is. You'll make the connections that you would make anyway, being part of the Saints community. So we're trying to help foster that, to help guys get together, get to see more people who, could be in an industry that they could rely on somehow or use for themselves, or be able to find someone else who could use their service. We want to help them provide that.
So typically, like when you have, I know you've only had a few, but thus far, who is the general person that would come to this particular function?
So we've had guys from classes as recently as like 2016, 2017. We've had guys, some guys in like the 70s and 60s classes have shown up just to talk about what's going on and what they've been up to. And it's really cool to see some of the guys from the older classes, and I'm 2001. So some guys from the 70s and 80s who show up and talk about what college was like for them, what they've been up to since, how their career has developed into what it is. Because they might be in an industry that someone who's in the class of 16 or 17 is in. So that's kind of helping them see how the path was for them. So it gives those guys an idea of what they could be getting into and, a possible way for them to grow in the industry that they're in.
At a lot of high schools, seniors will graduate and they'll go on to college or do what they're going to do. And that's kind of like the last thought of their school. I've talked to so many people from other schools that haven't even been back to a reunion. Yeah. And yet, it's kind of like once you're a Saintsman, you're a 14-year-old boy, you enter your class, it's there for you all the way through your life.
Absolutely, yeah. Once, everyone always talks about Saints having the brotherhood, and there's nothing that could be more true than that. From the moment you know you've been accepted, you have friends at school or friends from other schools you've played in sports that you know that you automatically get to connect with, and you share that experience. And then going through the 4 years together, you share countless experiences with your fellow Saintsmen that you graduate with. And then 1 year down the line, 5 years down the line, 30 years down the line, whatever it may be, you get together, and out of the blue you start talking about one thing that happened freshman year, and then before you know it, you're 3 hours into a conversation talking about all the stuff that happened in, Deacon Hardick's algebra class, or intramurals with Deke and Mr. Vassal running the intramural tournament. So it's fun because we all have the shared experiences. We all have different ways to tell the stories that happened to us, because it was never the same for two people. So getting to share that with everyone is a lot of fun for us, and we want to be able to provide that so that people know, as soon as you walk out across that stage to get your diploma, you're in the Alumni Association. You're one of us. We want to give them a gift at the end of the year when they graduate to say, welcome to the club. Come on back. What can we do for you when you're in college? Can we find some internship? Can we work with you on something to help you stay connected to Saints and also progress, through your college career? So we want to do whatever we can to help them.
Right. Well, it's obviously working, because there's a lot of guys that come back to the school on a very regular basis, come into our office and whatnot to see us. And it always, it's heartwarming, actually, to realize that they still care for what they experienced during their 4 years here.
Absolutely.
Is always, what does it mean? This is kind of a question off the hook, but to have a successful basketball team or a successful football team, what does that mean for the alumni when that is in place? The reason I ask is I turned around at the football game the other night, and I mean, there wasn't a seat in the stands, and there were people standing up on the walkway, and then Mrs. Cratchy came across the field. She unfortunately had gotten in the home side, they wouldn't let her come across to the visitor side. Somehow she escaped. And then she told me that a third of the people over on the other side were Saints people, wearing purple and STAs. And I was thinking the whole time, well, they have a pretty good crowd.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, no,
that's part of our crowd.
It's part of our crowd, yeah. And I remember playing in the CIF championship game last year at Cathedral, and a funny thing happened in that the announcer, just before the game started, said, would all the Saints people please move to the home side of the stands? And I thought, that's so funny, we go naturally to the visitor side.
Yeah.
But when I got over to because I was over there too, when I got to the home side and I looked over, I said, well, half of the stands, they didn't come over because there's no seats over here. And so Montgomery had like a half.
Yeah.
And we had three-quarters. Yeah. I mean, what is it must mean a lot, in terms of how you feel about your pride and those kind of things.
Absolutely. It's having sports and even any extracurricular activities that the students are involved in is a way for alumni to come back and feel involved. Basketball and football, having winning teams and doing well make a really fun environment that everyone wants to come back to. So that helps us, do fun stuff like for the game on January 6th up in LA, we're going to have an alumni suite. It's going to be $100.
Well, first of all, who are we playing?
We're playing Loyola.
Loyola High School, my old school. 19 years there.
Fair.
And
how many years here now?
This is 18.
Okay, so we're almost there.
So almost there.
So we're about to turn.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Right? Kind of weird playing Loyola. I'm not going to...
You're sitting on which... You're sitting in our box? Right? Not
of course.
Loyola's box?
I'm actually, Tom, I'm inviting Loyola guys into our box because they won't go for a box.
Okay.
I can almost guarantee that.
We're extending an olive branch. We're being nice.
Right. There'll be 3 or 4 guys there that I told them you can't wear your stuff.
Right.
But you can come to our deal.
They can. There'll be light hazing. It'll be fun. We'll enjoy the game with the opponents.
Okay.
It's okay.
Light hazing. I'll put that out there.
Yeah,
light hazing.
Yeah.
Expect light hazing.
Yeah. Well, we're friendly about it.
We'll make fun of you.
Yeah.
So we're going to have 2 boxes actually.
2 boxes.
And so we're going all out. It should be a fun day.
Absolutely.
We're going to, I guess, catch buses out in front of school here. And pretty much everything's taken care of except your food and stuff. We're not going to spring for that in the boxes.
Yeah.
But there's restaurants out around well, it's crypto now. I wanted to call it Staples, but
Right.
no, I mean outside the arena.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of places to go. In fact, I would say most people probably don't want to go in the arena right away. They'll probably want to kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
The life down there is pretty rich. And then, of course, once you're in the arena, they'll be selling things as well. But it should be fun to have. I think you can have 30 in each box.
I think so, yeah.
So we'll have like 60 people, and we'll probably squeeze a few more in because we're Saints people.
Of course.
And there's always run more at the table.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll do that.
We get bad at math when it's convenient.
Yeah, we oh, really?
Oh, had no idea.
Had no idea. Was that the rules? Yeah, so we're playing Loyola, and it's kind of I think it's all Catholic schools, too.
Yeah.
I think the other schools that are playing before or after us are all Catholic. So we're going to get there. We're going to leave school here, I think, at 11:30 or so.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll get up there, and we'll have plenty of time to either watch games, the games for us, or the games, I think we'll probably leave after our game, get home in a decent hour. But I'm really glad we're taking advantage of that.
Absolutely.
That'll be a really fun occasion.
And tickets go on sale Monday morning. We'll have those on the website. So
Okay.
Limited space.
What is the cost of this trip?
It's going to be $100. That's your game ticket and bus to and from.
Okay.
And then again, food, you're on your own once you get up there.
Right.
There's stuff outside the arena before you go in. Plenty available inside also. So
Right.
it should be a fun day.
It should be. Well, that's
With a win.
great. And come home with the win.
And a win.
Yeah, we're undefeated so far. We just won the Madison tournament.
Quite a team.
I think the team is going to continue to improve and get better.
Yeah,
we kind of had a tough game in the finals against Mission Hills.
Yeah.
We were down 10 in the third quarter, and it was pretty iffy. But as Mike does, he brought him back.
Absolutely.
Just right in the nick of time. So, yeah, they're fun. They're really fun. And so we have a football game this Friday night, or Saturday, 6 o'clock at Mesa, and it's a state playoff game against St. Bonaventure. A team that is actually ranked ahead of us. I think they're 31 in the state in max preps, and we're 37th.
Okay.
So, but we were 51, and we beat the 37th ranked team.
So there you go.
Last Friday night. So it's possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll be ready, I think. So.
Yeah.
Is there any other business for the Alumni Association other than for me to thank you for your gift today? To the Tom Goodall. Did you happen to have him as a teacher?
I did not.
You did not.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I was in the other English classes at the time.
All right.
So.
Okay.
Yes, I did not have Mr. Goodall, but he is a staple in the community, and I'm glad that we're finding a way to give back and honor him for all that he's done.
I know. He's quite a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very happy that this is happening.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Tom, thanks for being here, and best of luck to the Alumni Association, and thank you for all the great work you do, bringing all these guys back and making Saints an even better community.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Really, in probably the last 10 years, has surfaced as one of the premier coaches in the San Diego section, if not the coach. I would say he's the guy. Someone might differ. I don't know who they were, but it would be an argument for sure. Coach Johnson has coached 2 state championship teams and 2 open division championship teams. And those open, this is kind of in the last 5 years.
Both the open ones, yeah.
Both the opens.
Yeah, like the last 6, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know if is anyone else even rivaled that? I know Torrey was good a couple years.
Yeah, I mean, there's other good teams.
There's great teams.
I focus on us.
Yeah, well, I do too, but I think I'd like you to just kind of talk about how magical last year was. The fact that you didn't beat San Diego High School earlier in the year, and then you end up having to play them in the CIF championship game. Kind of walk me through that.
And even before running up against them, we had some rough patches last year. We always play the best teams we can. So in the Chapman Showcase, where you were some of the games, I think last year and the year before. The year before, we ran through and beat all three teams, and you're
just
talking
crushed
like
everybody.
Servites, Loyola,
De
De
La
La
Salle.
Salle, Cathedral LA, like schools like that. And then this last year, I think we had 2 losses and a tie. So it was a different experience. And then a couple games after, San Diego beat us. And then we played them a second time in like a week and a half because we saw them in a tournament, and they beat us again. So we had a 5-6 game stretch where you're kind of getting a little stuck. In soccer, there's fine margins. But just have the understanding that you keep plugging away and you make some adjustments, and guys can adjust and figure things out.
What would you say was the biggest? What happened to that squad where it just like you saw it turning around? Was it a player? Was it a play? A game?
Yeah, it was a couple different games, but for me, you're always looking for that moment where everybody believes in what you're doing internally. I like to call it like internal belief as opposed to buy-in. Buy-in makes it sound like you're selling something. But our guys just believed and understood. They believe in the work that it takes from everybody. A guy like Alonzo Samahano, he was a very talented guy, plays center mid for us, and it took him a little while last year to believe in the value of all the work you do without the ball. Whether that's tracking back, whether that's being a ball winner, whether that's being disruptive as the other team is trying to build up, and he's a player that once he bought into that, and once he also believed in that, like that was a moment for me that things just kind of clicked. We had
was he your best player?
Alonzo was one of our stronger players last year, but that example sticks out to me because I remember in the
well, he certainly his skill set
100%
was really amazing to watch him. Actually, there were moments I could not take my eyes off of him. His change of direction. He could just change the flow of the game in
just
an instant.
Confident on the ball, his composure.
Right.
So, as a coach, your job is to understand players' strengths, but then understand where they need to get better. So when players buy into where they need to get better, and believe that in the value that comes out of them getting better in those areas, then that's when things kind of fall. Even a guy like Ian. Patrick Thompson, our assistant coach, made a comment to Ian regarding Santi Gallegos, who graduated 2 years ago, and he said something along the lines of because we have the trackers that tracks all their movement data, things in the game. He said something like, "Come see me when you," and he made some reference to some of the data from Santi's post-game stuff, and Patrick said it to him a while ago, and we're in the coach's office after training one of the days, and he like kind of burst in and was fired up to go, "Hey, remember when you told me this? Like here, look at and he showed us the printout.
the new data.
Correct. So that you're kind of pushing and prodding guys to get beyond just being talented, and to believe in the value of doing anything that the game demands to win.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I love watching Get Up in the Morning on Monday morning, especially after all the football games. And so many of those professional athletes will say, well, yeah, we didn't play that well, but we won.
Yeah.
And that is like kind of the end result. We won. And we get to go on and try to do that again.
Yeah.
So it's like, understanding how you win.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think is baffling to kids. And then at other times, like when you're on a roll, it just seems like it's just the natural progression of things.
And that's when you take it for granted.
Yeah, you're just going to win.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the way it happens.
And even with those two players I just referenced, it was the quarterfinal game for state last year when we got a red card, like 15 minutes into the game. Our two center mids ended up running over 9 miles in the game when we played down a man. Yeah. And that's just, they weren't thinking about it. But
was that the Birmingham game?
That was the one before that.
The one before that, yeah.
Against Cypress
Hills.
Something Hills, yeah.
Yeah, Cypress Hills.
But once again, that's what the game demanded. We were down a man. Yeah. They weren't thinking about it. But then afterwards, you step back and look at it and you go, like, wow.
Yeah.
You know.
They were trying to get there.
Yep.
Yeah. Trying to win. So San Diego beat you twice psychologically, and your semi. Who's your semi was close
Semi
to?
was San Pasquale. Yeah,
and you were down.
We were down twice. We were down 1-0, tied it up 1-1. We were down 2-1, tied it up 2-2, and then we scored on a golden goal.
Yeah.
So down twice.
And that has been a nemesis for you. San Pasquale is they always come ready to bear.
Organized, pragmatic.
Yep. Very physical.
Yep.
So to go through San Pasquale and then you kind of get through that gauntlet, and now you've got a team that's beat you twice.
Yeah.
So what's your mindset going into that game?
I mean, the mental part of it is if you give up the first goal, avoiding the here we go again mentality. But we got the first goal and had other chances during the game too. But all of the things we just mentioned, like the guys knew, like. We always talk about like moments of the game, like what's the moment right now? Well, we're up 1-0 against a team we lost to twice in the Open Division final. So what is the game demand right now? You know, and I when you can see those things clicking on the field, it's really fun to be part of.
So here you go. We're getting ready to. You just did cuts and all the stuff that is so hard to do as a coach. And you got a new varsity squad.
Yeah.
So what's it look like for you?
We lost, I think, 13 seniors. So that's a lot. But we also have the value and benefit of returning guys that have been part of a winning team. So their expectation is going to be to win. And I also think we have the benefit of winning in the way we did last year, which was tight margins. So I think you're more likely to understand and less likely to take things for granted in those situations. So that's the follow-up year. I think there's some benefit to winning the way we did because the semifinals, the finals, the quarterfinals for state, lost a close game in the semifinals for state. We won league for the 5th year in a row last year, so like they want to keep doing that. That's a point of pride and emphasis because that's what keeps us sharp for the playoffs.
Is it going to be essentially the same league?
Well, yeah, same teams as last year.
Coronado,
Point Loma, UC, Cathedral, and us.
Yeah.
So
and really a very powerful league.
Yeah.
I mean, all those schools can play.
Yeah.
And on a given day, they can beat you.
Point Loma, I think, finished last in our league last year, but they won division. They won CIF, and then they won state, I think, for Division 3. And that was the bottom team in our league last year because it's competitive.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. So without like, do you have some players that we should be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Alonzo and Ian. Owen, or Johnston, is coming back as he'll be a 4-year guy along with Ian. Goalkeeper, he'll be competing. And we have some guys that are coming out for the first time this year, new additions to the team. And
they played JV freshmen last year?
Yes, we have a couple guys that just made it this year. We only had like four or five new additions to the team this year. So as much as we lost a good amount last year, we still had a good
So are there any freshmen that
right now
got bumped up?
No, not current freshmen, but there's we might have one sophomore on the team that's still kind of trying out with us, and then we try to start all the freshmen with freshmen, at least to start, just kind of socially and acclimating,
Mhm.
and then things become evident pretty quick. And our coaches are good about promoting guys, not holding on to them or hiding them. Which some coaches.
Well, I see coaches are going
Yeah,
over
you're
here,
like, hey,
get him
how,
on the bench.
how come that guy's always hurt when we train with you guys?
Yeah,
You know?
right.
And then you see him in the game, and you're, no, but they're good. Super promotes their guys, so all good.
When's your first game?
We play Scripps the 28th, and then we play Loyola the 30th, and then we're in a tournament the next week.
Where do you play Loyola?
Here.
Is that a Saturday?
Thursday.
Thursday. Nice.
Yep.
I'll have to.
Yeah, I know you.
I kind of want to check that
out.
one out. Yeah, I'm good friends with Chris Walters, their coach. He's a good guy. He is a good guy. I think Pat knows him. Patrick knows him really well. So yeah, it's funny that both programs are kind of connected in a weird way, because when Patrick was at Notre Dame and his wife got moved down to San Diego, the first call I got was Chris Walters going, "Hey, there's this coach.
Yeah, coming down.
You want to? He's an English teacher and he's a soccer coach, and you want to hire him. He's really, really good." And so I think he's been a good addition too, and a fun guy to be around for sure. Well, I should also mention, that you teach the classics and Latin, so it's kind of an interesting blend for you, soccer and Latin.
AP English. So
AP English.
I enjoy all of it.
And in the summer you do.
I do the it's a kind of a bridge program for the study skills and shepherding guys.
Yeah.
So I teach it
So
basically.
you kind of get to know them and get them acclimated.
And on campus.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, most people would maybe see admissions and begin to kind of have some negative kind of feelings about that group.
Yeah.
But in reality, that group, for a variety of reasons, has been undereducated and is a very motivated group of guys. And they tend to all graduate from Saints and go to college.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a tribute to you as a faculty member. And we have a lot of, what's really great, I think, about Saints is we have a lot of faculty members that are male, teaching boys, and even the female teachers, they understand boys. I mean, we really work pretty hard to make sure they get it, we don't want to treat them anything other than what they are. And, but I want to talk to you about a friend of yours, Tom Goodall, but how long have you been on the staff now? How many years?
I've been on staff since 2000, so 23 years.
And you took over as head coach of the soccer program?
And I think 03 would have been my first year.
So this is kind of one of the things that you notice, when I've been here 18 years, which seems crazy. But people tend to come here and they stay, they don't leave. And it has a lot to do with culture and friendship, community, and just really having a lot of fun every day. So you graduated, you had Tom Goodall. What would you say about Tom Goodall?
Tom, I mean, the first thing you mentioned is why people stay. Like this has been his home, just as much as his residence, his home is his home. Tom's a guy that continues to be. It's hard to talk about the Saints experience without talking about Tom. I had him in class freshman year. My older brother Byron had him in freshman year 3 years before that, and then my younger brother Ben had him freshman year 3 years after I did. I think we were all different experiences for him. My older brother is different than me, younger brother different than me, so I'm sure he enjoyed that. But no, Tom, I mean, when you talk about Tom, you talk about his family, because you see him here all the time. You talk about his wife, you talk about Nick, who went here, you talk about Rebecca, his brother I know, you know what I mean? Like, so Alden, his brother went here too. So that's where the home thing is. When you say Saints is your home and this community is his home, it's not overstated. Like when you talk Tom, you talk about his family. You do. And Saints is his family. So yeah. But in terms of Tom as a person, as a teacher, everyone appreciates his dry sense of humor. Some guys are more aware of it earlier on than others. So you find the humor in his in his shtick in class,
Right.
and then some you may not realize it till afterwards.
Right.
As a student, he always had he always had stories. I'm sure Chris has heard some of his stories, but he told us like my freshman year. I remember he'd tell us stories like that he used to skateboard underneath the 805, like with his buddies growing up, and you're trying to picture Tom with this dressed up in a nice suit and a tie and a perfectly groomed mustache, shredding underneath the 805 overpass.
Doing tricks.
Yeah. He told us he used to be a Hell's Angel. He told us, like, please don't ever tell your parents this, but I was in prison, and like he'd tell us these things, and you're like,
Well, you're a freshman though,
yeah,
so you're like going,
you're
this
like,
could be
oh,
true.
Shoot, I better not tell my parents
Yeah.
that he told us that, But at the end of the day, Tom's like a model of relational learning. When I came back, which is the essence of what we're about, when I came back to teach here, same sense of humor. I remember I called Tom at home, which was a weird thing to do my first year here, because I had a student that was a little borderline with his grade, and I was helping him out with some tutoring, and the kid's parent asked me if I wanted to go to a Padre game, because I had season tickets, and I was going to take my brother, but then I'm like, I don't know if I should do this. The kid's kind of on the verge here on his grade. So I called Tom, and his first question was, how good are the tickets? Which is like classic Tom, like
this will turn him down
yeah,
too.
Yeah, he's like, wow, no, those are good seats, But then, of course, it turns into, that's great of you to reach out. You're thinking the way we want you to think. Maybe wait till, the tide changes a little bit for his grade and then go later or something like that.
Right.
But that was kind of a classic Tom comment,
Yeah. And of course it was tongue in cheek.
Yeah, but also followed up by,
yeah, hey,
that's a good call, Johnston.
Yeah,
with this thing.
you're thinking
So,
that right about this.
Yeah.
So I know you were at the Wagner party the other night when we announced this whole thing, and we raised $25,000 that night, which was fantastic, and money continues to come in, and we're trying to get to $100,000 today on Giving Tuesday, and I think we're going to get there. Unfortunately, we have a lot of money coming in, but it's going to other scholarships sometimes. It's just not going to Tom. So anyway, I'm very, very excited about this scholarship. I think it's well overdue for him to have a named scholarship. And I was really, when I talked to my wife about it a couple nights ago for the Wagner party, we both agreed that, we should, contribute to that. And we did. We made a contribution as well. So anyway, if you're watching this and, you want to support a young Saintsman, possibly coming in from 8th grade from an urban Catholic school that's underserved and needs maybe a little bit more money than we can give, that's what Kall Scholarship is going to do. It's actually going to provide the extra so that this lad can come to St. Augustine High School. And you might think, well, is that really going to work that well? Well, we've tested it, actually, this idea. We call it the Augustinian Promise. And we tested it at St. Patrick's as well as Our Lady's School. And admissions jumped with just a couple of $1,000 more a year that we were able to give. And that's why I'm so keen on this. I really think it will make a difference. If Catholic schools, elementary schools are in trouble in the whole diocese, it's always in the inner city. It's the urban core that suffers the most. And it's primarily due to people don't have the money to pay the tuition. So what happens if St. Augustine High School can offer more money to come to Saints? Maybe the family might find the wherewithal to really make it happen for their son. So it's a perplexing problem that has existed for a long time, and we think at Saints here we've kind of found the magic dust, and so we hope you will support this scholarship. Certainly, it's named after an amazing teacher, a teacher that really makes a difference in the community and the lives of our boys. So if you are so inclined, please go to our website. I want to drive you there. You can get on and you can make your gift very easily right from that platform. So we're glad you're watching today. Thanks for being with us. And Coach, thanks for this interview and good luck.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Really happy to be back on this Giving Tuesday. We hope your Thanksgiving was an outstanding time for your family. And today, we've never tried this during Giving Tuesday, but we have a student panel today. And I'm going to let these guys introduce themselves. They're all members of the great class of 2024. They're seniors. But if we could, Thomas, why don't you start us off and just introduce yourself, where you come from, what you do here at the school.
All right, yeah, so hi, my name's Thomas Fuller. Like Mr. Hearn said, I'm a senior. I've done a ton of stuff here at Saints, so I've played baseball all my years here. I'm four-year ASB. I'm core team with our big brothers. I'm the president of the car club here at Saints. I'm one of the main photographers and digital media guys here at Saints. So I came from Our Lady School, located in Logan Heights, and proud to be here at Saints.
Thank you.
So Miles Harris, also a senior. I came from Nazareth School over near Mission Trails, and here on campus, 2-year ASB guy, 3-year football. Played rugby here, and then I'm also the founder and president of our Black Student Union here on campus.
Very nice. I'm Ed Hearn, president of St. Augustine High School, and I've been here 18 years. I'm kind of a slow learner, I guess. So Ben, take
Hi,
it.
I'm Ben Noel. I've been at Saints for 4 years, and I'm currently the ASB executive president. I came from St. Teresa Academy down in Del Cerro, and I've also been part of numerous clubs at Saints. I'm one of the leaders of the Saints Enable Club, a club that is currently developing prosthetic arms for young and disabled children. I'm also currently the president of the Asian American Alliance here at Saints, and yeah.
My name is Lennon Kassab. I'm currently a senior. I went to Our Lady of Grace Middle School over in Fletcher Hills. I've been on ASB for 3 years. I'm a senior class officer right now. I played football, basketball, and track here at Saints. And I'm a part of Big Brother, and I'm also part of the Chaldean Culture Club.
Well, we're really glad to have you guys here with us today. And we're going to explore a few things. As you're all well aware, we're raising money for a new scholarship, the Tom Kural Class of 1972 Scholarship. And it will go to aid schools in the urban center of San Diego that are Catholic to help more of the young men that want to come to Saints actually make it here. Sometimes money is one of the deciding factors, and we want to make sure that we can take that away if we can. So just throw out a couple of things. So we're raising money to establish a new scholarship. This scholarship obviously is going to be very helpful to a lot of kids making admissions to Saints. And I thought what we would maybe do is explore the value that you see in your own education and maybe the unique qualities of Saints. Would anyone like to start off with maybe the unique qualities of St. Augustine High School?
Coming into Saints, like one of the main things I always hear about is brotherhood. And as an 8th grader, I didn't really understand what that meant. brotherhood. So as coming into Saints, I see that there's a sense of community here, and that's a unique value that I believe at St. Augustine High School no other school has. Brotherhood means being able to come into school, shake the hand of everyone coming in and say hi to them, and being able to have a conversation with them, and seeing them after school and being able to hang out with them and truly have a good time. I believe that our sense of community here at Saints is super strong, and that will carry on into the future. As we get older and we graduate from our school, we'll remember our time here and the brothers we made here. And if we cross paths with them one day, they will still be our brothers. They will not be a stranger as possibly you may see elsewhere. And who knows, that could lead to more connections in the future. It could lead to more success as Saints continues to expand its alumni network.
Okay. Anybody else on that? Like to add anything to that?
That was pretty solid.
So go ahead, Miles.
I would say on campus, coming from St. Augustine, we have a lot of opportunities. I've been afforded a lot of opportunities that I otherwise wouldn't have. Always gone hard at academics, but by no means am I a 4.0 guy. But just through St. Augustine, what it's done for me and what I've been able to do through it, I'm up for a full tuition scholarship to Merrimack University in Massachusetts, and that's something that, had I have not gone to St. Augustine, wouldn't have had the platform to make opportunities like that come about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I noticed, I was making fun of you, Ben, just not having a Letterman's jacket on today, but there's a uniqueness here, and not everyone plays sports. There's some that would be in the theater, let's say, or in the band, or they're really good in the arts and that sort of thing. How does the brotherhood connect all of that, this brotherhood that we're talking about?
Yeah, so one of the things I didn't mention, I'm club coordinator, so I think a lot of the ways that we can really bond together is through our clubs, different organizations we have. So like, you don't necessarily need to be like well-versed in a certain area, or you don't have to know everything about a certain topic, because there's other people around you that are here to help you to grow your interests. So there's always a place that you belong. Like, for me, I didn't really know much about cars coming into Saints. I was kind of like just this guy who was like, oh yeah, they're pretty cool. And during my time here, I've grown to learn more and more about them. A lot of the former presidents at Car Club, I learned a lot from them. And it was kind of like a way for me to engage in a community where I didn't really know much about it, but then I was able to grow more and more. And I feel like Saints does a really good job at doing that. Like, you can join any type of community and you'll always be able to feel welcomed.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Does this sense of community and sense of brotherhood, does it extend to your teachers and coaches? I mean, do you see it in that way as well?
I mean, yeah, one of the biggest things that I've felt and I've noticed here is that the people here care about you. They're just not here to give you a lesson, give you the homework, and grade it and turn it in. The people here, they really want what's best for you, and they really push you to go out and find who you really are. I believe throughout high school, it's really about finding who you are and what your identity is. And one of the biggest things that I like to tell people being on ASB and stuff is coming into the school with an open heart and open mind. Because you don't know, as a little 8th grader, what you would like and what you want to get into. But if you come in and you take the advice from the older guys, the teachers, it can kind of help you figure out who you are and what you want to be. Even if it's a sport, it's a club, it's a instrument, like it could be anything. And I just feel like the teachers here kind of push you to kind of like get out your comfort zone and try new things and kind of really find who you are, which I think is a very important thing. And it kind of just builds the bond with your relationship with the teachers.
Mm-hmm. As I mentioned in the very beginning, we're here talking about Tom Gall, his scholarship. Have any of you guys had Mr. Goodall for a class? Okay, I just kind of maybe a story or two. I know he's a character. He has a lot of fun in class, but he's also one of the all-time great teachers here.
I was one of the privileged few who had Mr. Kural as a freshman going into Honors English 1, And I had heard lots of stories about Mr. Kural. I'd heard that he was called the big man on campus when he used to be here. And when I met him, I would like to say that I was pleasantly surprised. You know, he was the big man on campus, personality-wise. And one of my favorite stories from his class as a freshman is that he would really inspire us to get out of our comfort zone. You never knew what was going to happen in the next class of English. And for us, our freshman year, Mr. Kural taught us speech. And I remember a key story that I'm pretty sure he'll remember too, is that a lot of us really struggled in his class with speech. We were shy, we were, I guess, more of the nerdy, quiet kids, but he really pushed us to get out of our comfort zone with all his exuberant stories of such. So I remember going into speech class, and I knew that I wanted that A badly for Mr. Kural. And in order to do it, I had to do something as outlandish or even more outlandish than he did. So I remember getting up on a speech, and in order to really motivate the class, I took my shirt off and gave a speech on working out and the benefits of working out. And to this day, it's what he still remembers, and I think he's what really motivated me to become a leader and embrace my public speaking capabilities and get out of my comfort zone.
Okay. I noticed a couple of other hands went up. Miles, here you go.
So I had Mr. Kural my junior year for English 3A, and he's definitely a fun guy to have in the classroom. But outside of the classroom, I had him for intercession, sports fishing. Had never gone fishing before, and after getting out on the sea with the guy, he's been really helpful. And I mean, fishing's become a new hobby for me. And any question I have, definitely always going to Mr. Kural. I mean, him and Mr. DeLuise kind of butt heads on what the best gear is to use, but I always go for Mr. Kulal's opinion on just about anything when it comes to riding, fishing. He's just someone who is there for you in the classroom and for anything in between.
So I'm going to ask you a tricky question, Miles. So we have this thing called intercession, right? And that's where you're doing the sports fishing, I presume. And some people might question the validity of sports fishing in the month of January for a couple of weeks instead of going, to school. What would you say to that?
I mean, for kids who have put in the time academically, sometimes it's just really nice to have a break. But for your academic wars, they still have opportunities for them. And my sophomore year, I took marine biology, which sounds like a really, really fancy term, something really academically prosperous, but it was scuba diving. I have a diving license from that class, and I think intercession acts as a really good bridge between academics and fun. And I think you learn valuable things from extracurricular things provided by St. Augustine.
So it wasn't all lost. There was you can now tackle a large marlin, I suppose, and know what you're doing, right?
Thanks to Mr. Kural, definitely.
Yeah. So I also noticed that you kind of like the sea, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're there like anytime you can. Daniel, did you have, or excuse me, Thomas, did you have Mr. Kural?
I did not.
You did not.
Yes.
Yeah. So why don't? Yeah, I like these stories because this guy Tom Kural has been here 45 years as a teacher, and he graduated from here in '72, and there are so many countless people that he has touched, and he's obviously touched you guys. So Landon, what's your story about Mr. Kural?
So the kind of word on the street with Mr. Kural is like he's kind of like a stern guy, it doesn't really play around that much, a little difficult class. But being on ASB, he's the junior class moderator. So going out and out of school, going to see events, different places to have events, it kind of opened a new kind of side of Mr. Kural that I've never seen, that I really enjoy kind of being with. And even though, although he may be serious in the classroom at certain times, seeing the fun side of him really kind of built the connection I have with him, because it's not just teacher, student, learning. It's, going out and doing new things and having fun with, a teacher that, you never thought you could do before. And just seeing that side of Mr. Kural, his personality and the fun side of him just kind of made that connection stronger, which I really loved.
That's great. Well, he certainly has made an impact. I mean, he was an administrator here. He obviously teacher. I think he even ran the ASB at one point in his life. So he has all that kind of back in his quiver, so to speak. But you, Miles, you mentioned a word, and you mentioned that it's fun. Now, St. Augustine High School is school. School, most guys would not say school is fun, but it is a word that I hear more and more parents use with their young freshmen. And I'm wondering how fun translates into your life here at the school, where you find it. So be thinking about that. And maybe just a word or two about a phenomenal faculty member that I know runs ASB, and I would like you guys to really talk about him a little bit too, because I think he also, when you talk about developing leaders, right? I mean, it comes right directly from his office, and yet he's like this giant magnet, and everybody just like wants to be around him all the time, including me. I mean, I go over to his office like almost daily just to check out what's on his mind, and it's usually not anything that's on my mind. So, fun. Is St. Augustine High School, by and large, a fun place to be?
Yeah, I honestly think 100%. One of the biggest things here, I believe, that we have is our ASB program. It's led by a very good guy, Dr. Osberg, and the ASB work together throughout the summer, throughout the school year, to create, fun events and stuff to do. Because, yeah, we have hard classes. Yeah, it's stressful. But having these lunch events maybe twice a week or once a week to kind of like let the students kind of like ease up a little bit and kind of like do something, it's a great thing, because it kind of just takes the stress off students and kind of gives them a sense like of happiness and just like an extra thing to keep them going, keep them motivated throughout the week, and just keep the fun going. We also have our rallies put on by ASB, which I could say are pretty different from other schools, the type of stuff that we have. Whether it was the bubble soccer that we have or the WWE wrestling from a few years back, but stuff like that just kind of pits the little edge on our school compared to other schools, and the difference it kind of makes on kids, because we look forward to stuff like that. Being on ASB for 3 years, I love ASB. Like going out and doing stuff for other people as well, doing stuff for the other students, hearing their suggestions to try to make other people's experience better. Mm-hmm. It's one thing I really love doing as well. So,
I think a lot of positive things could be said about our ASB program at Saints, and one of them is how they develop leaders on campus. Both Landon and I were kind of tossed into the deep end straight off the bat. Landon became the sophomore class president, and I became the junior class president with no ASB experience before. So it seemed like such a daunting task, but again, with that sense of community and that sense of brotherhood, I felt that everyone on ASB was there to help me become a leader, was there to guide me through every step. The seniors from last year, the junior class president from last year, was the one who really helped me and guided me on that path, and he gave me a lot of pointers and tips to where when I was stressed out because it was managing a lot of things at the same time, having those brothers beside you to get through it all really helped. And the sense of leadership on ASB is absolutely amazing under Dr. Gall.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to hear from all of you on that. I know that it's a very important part of your experience here at Saints. So, yeah, fun, leadership, because everybody talks about being a leader, but how is that actually done? What is the process for creating leadership? I mean, as you see it in yourself.
I think very few people are just naturally born leaders, and I feel like some have the capabilities and ability to lead, and it just needs to be kind of brought to the surface or pushed out a little bit. And I think Dr. Gall does a great job of doing that. Sometimes you need a little bit of a shove. It might be a little uncomfortable in the beginning, but especially at somewhere like St. Augustine, you might feel uncomfortable in the beginning, but once everyone's loving you up in the stands, you definitely bridge out a little bit. And I think our ASB program, although we have elections and things like that, Dr. Gall does a great job of making that something attainable for anybody with we have appointed positions. So yeah, you may have lost your election, but we had one guy who lost and came on as he was the director of care, and got to lead us on campus. And so if you're looking for that aspect to kind of become a leader on campus and get involved, even if you may not win the popularity contest, if it's something you want, Dr. Gall will make it happen.
Yeah. Good. Thomas?
And I know we've been talking a lot about ASB, but I think another aspect of leadership that we don't really mention a lot is our campus ministry team with our big brothers, our loyal sons. It's kind of like a way for to help us grow spiritually, to help us to become better men for the world. So I feel like our campus ministry team with Miss Hammock, Miss Brophy, they're able to help shape more leaders on this campus with our big brother groups who lead our retreats, as we help to shape the future generation, like helping the freshmen out, helping out the sophomores with their retreats, kind of bringing a new formation to this school to help better the minds of everyone.
Well, you know, St. Augustine High School is a very complicated place, and 53% of the young men that attend the school are on financial assistance, and the school is currently putting out $4.6 million a year so that all these boys can come to this school and who want to be here. And we are trying to build an endowment fund that will grow and grow and grow. And someday you guys will be contributing to the endowment fund too. I mean, it's not something that is going to go away. It's really a lifelong pursuit for the school, because it means opportunity for young men. And I know a few of you are on financial aid, and I would like you just to kind of talk about what that means.
Of course. So for me, I'm on financial aid. Personally, I wouldn't be able to attend the school without it. So it really means a lot for me, because I feel like the school has helped me become the person that I am today, helped to shape me to become a good leader, to become an even better man. So I feel like giving for financial aid is really important, because it helps students like me, like some of the guys at this table, to truly experience what a great place this school is, and it really helps them to become better people.
Thank you.
While I can't personally attest to the financial aid we have available on campus, I have a few friends who are on financial aid, and just to, especially having lived through it, for kids who otherwise wouldn't be able to have access to the opportunities at St. Augustine, the fact that we have institutions and the ability to give to kids like that, I think, is really, it's something that really effectively reaches the goal of St. Augustine and what the St. Augustine would want from us to kind of bridge that gap between kids who otherwise wouldn't even look here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Miles.
I am one of those kids who would not be here without financial aid 100%. It was after 8th grade, I was not planning to attend Catholic high school. The cost is relatively high. It's more than some colleges. And I thought, you know, my dreams were gone and stuff like that, because I had heard stuff about Saints. I attended the open house. I had attended 8th grade visitation, and that's where all of my friends were going. It's where all of their older brothers, older cousins had gone. And I had heard such fun things about the school, and I was really disappointed that I was going to have to leave that behind. I was going to have to go to public school, and I wouldn't get to experience the high school experience that I really wanted. But through financial aid, I was able to come here at Saints, and it's why I'm here today. And I think that the endowment fund will really, truly help a lot of students excel at this school. Coming into Saints, or I did not know that I was going to end up as executive president one day. I didn't know if I was going to be able to take the rigorous classes that I'm taking and excel in them as I have done now. So I think that that fund is something that's truly special, and it's going to really give back to the community. And I plan on giving back to the fund when I'm older as an alumni. And I'm truly grateful for the opportunity it's given me, and I want to give other students that opportunity to excel and truly enjoy their high school experience and live the one that they want.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, personally for me, like Miles, I am not on financial aid, but like all you guys said, it's having that option is what could really, in my opinion, change someone's life and how they kind of grow up through their teenage years and throughout high school, because the stuff you get here you don't see anywhere else. So having that option and having that ability to use the resources, in my opinion, is just a great thing that we're all grateful for all those that need it.
Yeah, you know, you guys it was kind of an interesting, when we opened this panel up, I think you're the chair of the African American Society, you've got the Asian
American
Alliance, you're Chaldean something or other, and yet there's unity here.
Mm-hmm.
We have all these separate things that we're doing, celebrating culture, but yet we've got this overriding culture that's St. Augustine High School. Well, how does that all play out?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we're brothers. No matter what we look like, what our skin color is, where we came from, at the end of the day, we're all brothers, and that's the bigger picture. But it's also a great thing to have, you know, like you said, culture celebrations, because no matter where we came from, we're all proud of our backgrounds. We're all proud of the traditions, the celebrations, the languages, the food, all that stuff. So it's a great thing to have the unity, the brotherhood. It's also a great thing to, you know, celebrate all cultures, because, you know, there's a lot of people in the school that share cultures, whether it's the Mexican Club, Black Student Union American Alliance, Asian American Alliance, or a Chaldean Club. So it's great to just all come together and learn more about your culture and also celebrate at the same time with people as well.
I totally agree with what Landon's saying, and the Culture Club, some may see it as a divide, but I really do not think so. In the Asian American Alliance, I know that we have a couple members who are not ethnically Asian, and they're here to learn about our club, and they're here to really respect it, and they've actually been doing a lot of stuff for our club. Like last year, a couple of them helped with the Balikbayan box, which is a donation that is sent down to the Philippines. And I know a lot of them weren't Filipino who helped with that donation. So I think that's super important to recognize that here at Saints, we're trying to teach other cultures about our culture in order to spread cultural awareness and really bring us all together. Because like Landon said, we're all brothers, skin, ethnicity, all that does not matter here. And everyone is the same in the eyes of God.
Well said. Miles, do you have anything you'd like to add or comment on?
So as the president of our Black Student Union on campus, same as the Asian American Club, a lot of our members aren't African or of African descent or anything like that. They just appreciate what the culture has to bring to the table. And I think like the overarching theme of like St. Augustine culture is, I think I couldn't tell you how many times I've had a jacket or a backpack on with the STA on it, and someone's come up to talk to me. Some haven't even been Saintsmen, but just know the reputation that comes with being a Saintsman. And I feel like coming to St. Augustine, that's something that you're really drawn into through your teachers and sports and other clubs we have on campus, just to become, once you're a part of it, regardless of if you graduated in 97 or 24, you're always going to be a part of it.
Right.
So I know I'm not like a part of any of the culture clubs here at Saints, but I am a club coordinator, so I'm in contact with a lot of these guys. I'm in contact with some of the other like maybe not well as known culture clubs. So like we have the Greco-Slavic club, we have the Italian club. So we're kind of opening our pathways for students to be able to truly express their culture to others. And like these guys said, you don't necessarily have to be of that culture to be in that club. It's just showing that you are appreciative of who they are, of their backgrounds, and it's just a great way for Saintsmen to really experience different cultures and to learn to appreciate others.
Well, I really appreciate the four of you spending some time with me today. I've learned a lot just listening to you talk about the school, and I should probably know all this stuff, but I'm just the president, so sometimes some of the things that you talked about escape me. But I want to tell our audience out there, if you, I think you could appreciate this conversation that we've just had. I think you can see the value in a saint's education. And if you're willing and you're able, you can go to our website and you can make a donation to the Tom Kural Class of 72 Scholarship. And it aids guys just like this, you know, that are here today. And the beautiful thing is, when we really got busy with the Endowment Fund, the kids that we were raising the money for had not even been born yet. And yet we were raising money for those potential saintsmen to come here, and that's certainly going to be the case. You're probably going to have families, you might have boys, and you might be looking for a great place to send your boy, and you know, the tuition probably will be just a little bit higher in 20 years, but if we do this right and we work together as a community, there's no telling what we can do, and I have great confidence. We have this big goal, it's huge, I know, by 2038 to have an endowment of $40 million, which would mean $2 million a year into the bucket to help young men come to this school. It makes a difference in their lives, it makes a difference in my life, and I think in the community of San Diego and beyond, you can't even measure what it means, because these guys have been educated differently, they see the world differently, they see each other differently, and you know, you can't beat love. Loving your neighbor is kind of the thing that propels us into an idea of loving God. So thank you for being with us today, and please go to our website, make a contribution. It'll make your day. Thank you. Well, we hope you enjoyed the panel, the student panel. I think of the things we pre-recorded, that is like my favorite, and I'm going to make sure Paul Zipper gets that, our Director of Admissions, because it... So the last period of the day is just started, and here we are with Charlie Carencross of the great class of 2011. And so Charlie came in my first third of my tenure here at the school, and little did I know that I would still be here, and I think Charlie's surprised at it as well. But so Charlie, tell me just a little background on you. Like you were kind of just intimating like how this all has occurred in your life, and I think it's interesting, and it provokes some thought as well. Because we always think it's the high-end athlete or the top student or the this or that, right?
Right.
And in many times, we come out of and we blossom differently.
Exactly. And well, the way that I ended up at Saints was that my grandmother decided that my brother and I, who's class of '09, my grandmother decided that we were going to have a Catholic education. And
God bless her.
When I was in 8th grade, she said, "You're going to St. Augustine High School." And I said, "Okay." And so then I ended up here, and I wasn't a sports star. I was an average student, but I think what I connected with most was the culture and the brotherhood, and connecting with the guys, and the kind of the environment provided to us here at Saints.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think a great example of that is you had Matt Ryan on earlier, who's a great friend of mine. We were not friends in high school at all. I mean, really at all, until we reconnected after college. Ended up being roommates, found tons of connections together, and then ended up planning our 10-year reunion, and now kind of partnering to, he helps me sometimes plan out these new professionals network events that we do for the Saints Brotherhood.
Mm-hmm. So tell me a little bit about that. That is probably one of the biggest innovations that have occurred in the last 3 or 4 years at the school, and it was very organic to me. First time I heard about it, I think it was in Pacific Beach. Was your first one?
That was my second one, yeah.
No, but that was second.
Yeah, that was
Your
second.
first one was where?
Bullies.
Bullies, that's right. It was
Bullies.
That's right, Bullies. A good Saints restaurant.
Yes.
Yeah, watering hole. Anyway, but when I heard about it, and really those two, I had something going on both nights or I would have been there. I was like so interested in this whole idea because, well, for probably 15 years, I've been hearing about we need to get Saintsmen together because to do business, professional things together, those kinds of things. Just another way to connect and build the connective tissue. And you and maybe Chris, I don't know who exactly was in the early...
There's a lot of people have contributed.
Okay, but tell me about that. How did this germinate?
Well, I went through a pretty big career change a couple years ago, and I went to for college I went to the Art Institute, which I got my advertising degree, and that was great, but it's not Harvard, it's not a lot of other schools that have this notability about them. And I had several jobs in marketing and advertising throughout San Diego County, whether they were national companies or local companies. And at every job I had, more so than my college, my high school came up in conversation and gave me more connections and stronger connections to more people.
Interesting.
So fast forward to our 10-year reunion, and I had been living with my buddy Matt a couple years before, and I'm going, I always love to put together a great party. So I start going through the yearbook and making sure that we have everybody together. And then that was a success. We had almost 50 guys, and it was a really great time. A year later, I'm going into this new business I'm in, and I'm wishing that I had someone from every department that I need in San Diego, someone that I can trust. I go, well, there's so many Saints guys here. Why not have some kind of directory where we can all use and know that there's a trusted Saintsman in that category or industry that we can connect with, whether that's for a vendor use or for connecting with someone to help you get a job or give a job or mentor somebody. So we ended up putting together this professionals network that meets up quarterly. We have a dinner and a speaker that is a Saintsman or very Saints relevant. And
I understand you're having Coach Hop this next time.
Next week, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have Coach Hop here on campus. And Mona Lisa's catered Italian food, which is a Saints-owned business.
Exactly.
And Yes.
It's amazing how these things all tie up.
It all ties up, and it's a really great thing to do. The last couple times we've had over almost 50 people come, and we have representation from classes in the 60s all the way up to class of 2021.
Wow.
So
congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a big deal to put something like that together and have a bunch of people going, this is a good idea. Right? Not everyone's hip to ideas sometimes.
Right.
But obviously this is an idea that is connecting.
Thank you. Yes, it seems to be connecting, and I think the magical part is when you can get the most diversity of industry and the most diversity of age to these events, because we're all learning at some point in our life, and if we have someone that we can trust or kind of talk to, maybe share a problem that they already have a solution to.
That's right. So I'm 74, and I find that a lot of my time these days is spent mentoring younger principals, presidents, assistant principals. You kind of put your name out there as someone that would be helpful, and people find out about it. And there's so many questions that a person like in my business would not necessarily be able to go to school and learn.
Right.
They don't have that program.
Exactly.
That program does not exist anywhere. And the program, I almost think like I would like to be like this college professor at some point and go, listen, this is how you do this stuff. It's not like rocket science. It's just, it's A to B, B to C. And if you do these things, you line them up right.
Right.
And you're personable, you'll find success for your institution. It'll grow.
Exactly.
It'll grow, and it'll surprise you the way it grows. You won't even, you'll look at it 10 years later and go, I don't recognize it. Wow.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people think somehow they're supposed to know everything. And we don't know a tenth of what we're supposed to know.
Exactly.
And if you're not learning every day, right, there's something wrong. And I mean wanting to learn every day.
Exactly.
Like I'm excited to learn this new thing over here. This could be like really a cool thing. And I think of saints all the time when I think of that, because there's so many Catholic schools that are struggling, suffering, and it has to do with, I don't know, I would call it low energy.
Right.
And the low energy is resulting because the leadership in the school, they don't really know what to do.
Right.
So they don't do anything, which is the worst thing. Do something.
Right.
Like do something, anything.
Yeah, do something.
But do something, and yet that doesn't happen. And I am sure in most industries, that's kind of the case. I mean, these people eventually lose their jobs probably, but they can probably hang on for a long, long time before someone finally goes, you know what, this might not be for you.
Exactly.
Right?
My wife is a school teacher. I know all about that.
Yeah, she sees it every day.
Yeah.
I know. Well, so you formed this group through the Alumni Association, and it seems to be a hit. You're getting 50 professionals there. It seems like to me you're probably in the future going to be at 100, then 150, then 200, and this could become like why make it smaller than maybe it's going to be,
right?
Because you don't know. It could be we need to I don't know, the biggest venue in San Diego needs to be rented 4 times a year for the Saints, professional thing, It would be phenomenal.
Well, it's been such a successful event, and I think with it being Giving Tuesday, it would be right to point out, there is you buy tickets to go to the event, and we also have really great sponsors every time. We've had 4 sponsors that get to go up in front of all the professionals and tell them about themselves and about their business. And with those sponsorship, some of that, or a big portion of that, goes back to the Endowment Fund. So it's important to know that when you're when you're attending these events, you're not only getting the value of connecting with your Saints brothers, but also giving back to the school.
Mm-hmm. So, as you know, we're raising money right now for the Kural Scholarship. And prior to us getting on, you said you didn't really have him for class, but he did have a presence in the school. Could you kind of talk to that, Charlie?
Yeah. So, Mr. Tom Kural, I don't think you can step foot on the campus without being aware of his presence. I think I first really found out who he was when I heard this booming voice at one of the first football games I attended as a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
I go, who is that voice? Oh, that's Mr. Kural. You don't know Mr. Kural? And every time we got to hear him speak and see him speak at whether it was mass or sporting events, not only did you have so much respect for his eloquence, but also when we would be playing against our rivals and we go, our speaker is so much better than yours.
Mm. So true.
It is so true.
Like I heard him like one time and I went, he needs to be the voice of Saints any public venue that we do. No one can do that like he does that.
No one can do it.
It's really amazing.
I would love to hear him just on a morning podcast for an hour. We both commute from North County, so I know we have our fair share of podcast hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We learn a lot on the road. Yeah, driving up and down the 5 freeway.
Yeah.
When you were here, Charlie, the school was kind of in transition a little bit. I'm trying to think of the phase 1 was done, so Mendel and Villanova Halls were completed.
Right.
But 2008 happened, and so everything kind of dried up for a little bit, and we really couldn't move on to phase 2, which is St. Augustine Commons. And then, of course, we're in the old gym right now, which is kind of crazy in this place that kids learn how to make films. It's pretty amazing. But we have really turned our attention to raising money for kids that might not necessarily go to the school if it were not for financial assistance.
Right.
And so building the endowment fund for a school like St. Augustine High School has a high priority. We really couldn't do it until we got the school finished, but we have finished. We finished the school in 2018, and now we're sitting on we've grown about $10 million since 2018 in the endowment fund, and it's just been amazing generosity from Saints guys, parents, past parents, and just general friends of Saints that realize the value that we offer the community. And I think sometimes the community underestimates the value of a Saints education and what it means to a family, and I mean to a family today, but a family 3 generations removed going forward, how the family history begins to be changed by this little small school on Nutmeg Street that it may be small, but it's very powerful. And I'm sure there were lessons that you learned while you were here, and maybe you didn't even realize you were learning successful ways to conduct yourself in the public. Does any lessons strike you that? I know it's kind of a hard question.
Yeah, that's
like for instance, like one. I've heard that many guys will say that their self-confidence from being, we say, entering boys, graduating men, but that really is kind of the moniker for, self-confidence.
I think self-confidence for one, and being able to be yourself on this campus, I think was something that really allowed me to grow as a person and make friends. And I think it's probably been mentioned a bunch of times today already, but all the friends I have to this day are my friends from Saints. It's not the ones from college, maybe a couple from elementary school who probably both went to Saints.
Right. They just kept it a secret.
Right.
Yeah.
But with that, I think it also gave me thick skin for a big world, you know, because we're all able to be each other around one another. And I think from that gave me self-confidence to go into any environment where...
Well, I know you're building a business.
Right.
You're building this other networking group. You know, you really didn't ever take on a real leadership position, did you, while you were here?
Not necessarily,
Yet
no.
you learned what it meant to be a leader.
Right.
You know, somehow, watching, experiencing, you discovered I can put really cool things together, and it makes me feel really good when it happens.
Yeah, I think there's something about it that drives me to want to bring people together and put these events on. And I think Saints had a big impact on me being able to be myself around people. And I think that happened here at this school.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you coming in, Charlie, and spending a little time with us. This Giving Tuesday idea we started about 4 or 5 years ago, and now it's becoming like a tradition. You do it 4 times, and you know it's like what you do. And we have a lot of fun with it, and I think we're raising quite a bit of money today. I was just given a note just before we got on that we've already received one anonymous $100,000 gift.
Oh my goodness.
And we just received another one.
Oh my goodness.
So anyway, I don't know where that puts us, but I think we're somewhere around $250,000.
That is incredible.
Since 8 o'clock this morning, which makes my heart sing. And you know, it's, you know, you look at, what does $250,000 represent? It represents about what? $15,000 a year coming back into financial assistance in perpetuity. Every year. Just invested it wisely. We use Merrill Lynch, and they've done a phenomenal job for us. And, you know, we have a goal of $40 million by 2038, and that's $2 million a year that I think is going to make a huge difference in 2038. I probably won't be here, but I applaud Father John Sanders in 1997 when he made the Endowment Fund. He started it, created it, a restricted account, and it's slowly built. But it only built to $4.5 million by 2018. So from 2018 to now, it's now about 15 million.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So we've just kept, you know, pushing it forward, and people are listening to the story, hearing the story, and really the good news about what our graduates do. And it's been, for me, it's my 53rd year in education, it's been a blessing, to say the least, to be here, to just witness all of this at the school. I mean, sitting in this room, I think this is where the old training room was. You know, you know, I think it was a closet at the time. I mean, I don't even think it was bigger than a closet. And here we are, and our kids are learning how to make film in here. And who knows who the next film star is going to be.
Right.
You don't know any of that, but we're able to begin kind of planting the seeds for futures.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's, you know, to know how far a lot of my classmates drove in order to come to this school, not only to, you know, and their parents to invest in the school and to drive their child every morning, hours or however long, you have to really believe. And I think that generosity just shows how much people believe in the school.
They want to do the best they can for us.
Exactly.
It's obvious.
Yeah.
Charlie, thank you.
Thank you
and
so
best of luck with this association that you're developing. And I'll try to make it to the third one.
Next week.
Next week.
See you there.
Let's do it. All right. Thank you.
it's the first time I've ever gotten that.
I mean, Ron,
Are you related to Neil
This
Ferrell?
one, yeah. You guys.
That's awesome.
Neil was a cool dude. Go for it.
Oh, God, I just don't
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Coach Jason Alcozer, and I'm here at Felicita Park in Escondido. And my guest is
Lolo Rudolph.
Well, welcome, Lolo. What do you think of this project we have going on today?
I think it's very good for the community. I feel like we're doing something good for our, not only for ourselves, but for our school and representing who we are at St. Augustine High School. So
it's great to hear. Do you remember coming to St. Augustine and having this as in your freshman and sophomore year?
Not my freshman year.
It's kind of a wacky year.
Yeah, it was really wacky, but I think it was my junior year where we started this, and honestly, I felt really good about myself and just knowing I can make a difference, no matter how big it is, how big it was. It felt good.
And prior to Saints, where did you go to school at?
I went to Marshall Middle School.
And how did you feel about the transition from Marshall into St. Augustine?
It was definitely, I would say, weird because coming from a public school my whole life and now going to a private school, but I was able to grow and meet new people, and they accepted me for who I was, and so it made it easier.
In that regard, what would you say about this word we commonly hear at Saints about the brotherhood?
The brotherhood is mostly described, I feel like, as a family. Everyone's close to each other. Everyone's there for each other, supporting each other, and it's just honestly like we're actual brothers, not just friends, not just school, not just classmates. We're always there for each other.
Great. I'm going to change subjects a little bit. You might have had a teacher on campus by the name of Mr. Tom Kural.
Yes.
Yeah. How was that experience?
It was great. Well, in my first semester, it was a little. I had to pick up on some stuff. I was falling behind, but at the end of it, I'd say he's one of my favorite teachers and definitely taught me a lot and still teaches me a lot. So.
Yeah, I had a similar experience in my first semester. I made the mistake of looking up at a clock one time during class, and that was a quick learning, to pay attention in class and not worry about things that are going on later in the day, like brain surgery or a hot date later on and stuff like that. So I certainly remember those early times in that first semester. Now, obviously, some more exciting thing. You had a good summer leading into the senior year.
Yes, sir. Definitely traveling all over the world and doing a lot of basketball. And just finding stuff that outside basketball that made me happy. So, yeah.
Hey, good deal. And what do you think about this upcoming basketball season?
Excited.
Yeah, you guys are off to a good start, huh?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Good. Obviously, some championship hopes are looming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mando.
That's good. Keeping things rolling as we already got it. One done taken care of during the fall. Congratulations to the football program. And kind of on a personal note, I hear you might also be vying for another championship. Your homeroom team.
Oh, of course, yeah. I don't know who could beat us. I mean, we're undefeated, so.
There we go. Undefeated on the field.
On the field, yeah.
On the field, excellent. Well, the director of intramurals, is hoping for a good competition and looking forward to next week's Super Bowl. So from Felicita Park, we want to wish you all a great Giving Tuesday, and thank you for your attention today.
Thank you.
Well, we have Eric Dent with us today, the head varsity rugby coach. Of a very, it's a new program, but a highly successful one. But before we get into rugby, Eric, I would like to talk to you about Tom Goodall, because as many of the listeners out there know or may not know, we are establishing a Tom Goodall Class of 1972 scholarship. Tom's been with us as a teacher for 45 years, and then another 4 as a student here. And he's one of those guys, I think, in the school that transmits the Saints experience and what it means to be a Saintsman, as well as anyone on campus. And he's pretty iconic, really, human being. So anyway, we started this scholarship the other night at Anthony Wagner's home, class of 1994. And we raised $25,000 that night.
That's amazing.
To get it going, and all we need is another 75, and we'll have the amount of money to actually have it established like that. And what's really good about this scholarship, it aids the Catholic elementary schools in the urban core of San Diego. Now, I know you're younger than Tom, and you were probably a student. Did you have Tom Goodall?
Oh yeah, I graduated in '90, so
Okay.
I had him as a freshman. that's how I met Coach Al Kozer. He was a couple seats ahead of me, and so I got to know Coach Al Kozer in Mr. Kural's class. And like you mentioned, Coach Kural is part of the fabric of Saints. He's been a part of every freshman's experience coming through the English program. Now, as a teacher, being older, he touches a lot of kids with that. I think he's the advanced English class.
Right.
And a lot of kids just have fun things to say about that class. They love it.
Right. So when you look back on your days as a young writer, interpreting literature, those kinds of things, would you say that Mr. Goodall was one of the primary persons that really got you kind of orientated into a more abstract way of thinking?
I definitely think so. I think some of the books we read, he kind of pushed us to think a little bit more deeper as we worked through those things. I definitely remember as a student the diagramming of sentences, and I remember that stuff.
That's old school.
That is old school, but that's what I remember. But yeah, he did a great job with us.
Yeah. Well, he's become a very, very special friend to so many people, not only former students, but just so many people in the community. And I'm always out in the community, of course, and his name comes up quite frequently. But let's get to the matter at hand here. Rugby.
Yeah.
How many years have we had rugby here at the school?
We're one of the original members of the high school league. So in 2009, we started the high school league. We met up with a local club, and we said, hey, why don't we do a high school league? I said, I can do it. Let's build it. So actually, it started a year before that. We actually did an intercession class. And so I had a rugby class of about 35 boys, and we would watch rugby for an hour. We would lift weights for an hour, and then the last 2 hours of the day, we would go out and train for rugby. And our final was to actually play a match. And we actually had the news come out and interview one of our boys, and he had one of the more famous quotes that we've had within our program. But it was pretty special to be on the 5 o'clock news with Saints rugby. And it was right before, yeah.
Do you remember the quote?
Oh yeah. The guy, Ben Higgins, with Channel 10, he goes, what do you like about rugby the most? And it was Peter Holbert and the Holbert family. And Peter goes, I love to feel the sweat of another guy. And they had a picture of him, and then they cut to a different scene so you don't hear him finish a quote. And he says, it makes you feel like you really finished off the hit. But all you hear is, I love it when you hit another guy. And I'm like, oh. And that's what came on the news. My dad calls me, he goes, hey, what are you teaching those boys over there? I'm like, Dad,
it's brutal.
Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty funny.
I've been told by more than one person that rugby epitomizes Augustinian mission maybe better than most other sports and maybe all sports. Why would that be said about rugby?
It's all about the culture of rugby. Rugby is all about brotherhood and respect. It's almost like with MMA fighters, they'll hug it up at the end and it's all brotherhood. Rugby is the exact same way. You're not supposed to talk to the ref. The only person that talks to the ref is the captain, and he usually addresses him as sir. So it's very formal in that sense. And when I do rugby with the boys, I stress brotherhood, respect, camaraderie. And when you think about that and our Augustinian values, it's pretty well aligned. So when my son got into rugby as a little guy, and I saw the sport, it immediately, I'm like, I got to bring this to Saints. And so, when we talk about the Saints experience, I really think through Saints rugby, we give that to the kids.
I had an interesting experience when, so as I think you probably know, I started at Loyola High School. My first 19 years in Catholic education was at Loyola, and I was a football coach, and a lot of the guys not a lot, but many of the guys, especially the guys that went to Kall, would end up playing rugby. And they would drop by to see me every once in a while, just about, maybe their fears or whatever. I remember this one particular situation. This guy by the name of Peter Bershinger, just this big mountain stud of a man, played linebacker in high school, that kind of, 195 pounds, 200-pound guy, 6'2", and he would bring it, right? And the next day they were playing the All Blacks, and he was terrified, absolutely terrified. And I'm going, if this guy is terrified, I mean, oh my God, he's a man among men.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, terrified. And anyway, he survived the match the next day. He called me and said he appreciated me holding his hand the day before, but it can be kind of an experience that
it's absolutely
is frightening.
amazing.
Yeah,
It's frightening, but then it's absolutely amazing because the guys bond, and that's one of the things that really stands out. I'm going to share a story from COVID. The COVID graduation, the COVID kids, we would do drive-through.
Right.
Hi, congratulations. Well, Brandon Amsbury graduated from Naval Academy.
Right.
And he was a Saints rugby boy. He went to Naval Academy. He never made top team. He played B team for 4 years. But at that graduation, he goes, "Hey coach, rugby changed my life. It helped me get through the challenges of the academy. I had my brother supporting me." And when he told me that it just confirms, what we're doing here with the boys. It was absolutely confirming for me, and I loved it.
I think the Downey went to West Point, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And James, and I think he would probably say the same thing,
Well, Matt DeFreitas right now, he's the 10 at Army right now.
Mhm.
They won a national championship when he was there. So he is essentially the quarterback of the rugby team at the Army Academy.
Yeah.
It's insane.
So another interesting story. So we get involved with Rugby 2009, right, as you said, and Loyola High School just got involved this last year. I think this is going to be their second year.
Correct.
Right, and the guy that founded it here, Ramon Samaniego, Loyola guy, finally got it done at Loyola with my help. It was funny because they were really against it, and I just kept. Yeah, the admin, and actually guys that I actually knew, and Ramon would call me in between the meetings and stuff and go, "Well, that's where we are. What would you suggest and this and that?" But my main thrust would just keep pushing. Anyway, they have it now, so it looks like like you get a Loyola to do it. They're kind of the big guys on the block down there. There'll be other Catholic schools now that are going to follow suit.
We played Servite last year. That was fantastic.
There it is.
Yeah.
So Servite's playing now.
Orange Lutheran is in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If they get on board, and if John Bosco gets there, if they can kind of get a little bit more solidified,
Bosco's kind of all over the place.
They're
right?
amazing when they're on point. It's just sometimes they're not on point.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the potential for that school is insane.
Oh yeah. So what does it look like this year for your squad?
We're excited. We lost 18 seniors last year, and within that group, we probably had our leadership core of the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So those guys led the program, set the standards. Those guys graduated, so it's made a big opening opportunities for these boys to come in and step up. And we're eager to see our new boys accept that challenge of leadership.
Mm-hmm.
It's a challenge for sure. Some guys have never, in this case, been asked to lead. They've been asked to follow. And now we're putting them in a different role. So it's
well, I call every freshman family, and I will tell you there are a number of freshmen that are going to be coming out for rugby because that's what their mom or dad tells me, that their son wants to be a rugby player.
I love it.
So somehow, it's all working out that way.
Yeah.
So what is our all-time highest ranking in California or the nation? I don't know.
I think we were as high as 4 in the nation 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might have been 1 or 2 in the state. So yeah, if we take care of business, Southern California is the hotbed of rugby.
Is it?
It really is. Between LA, San Diego, if you watch the club teams, they go to nationals. We'll have 3 teams in nationals. It's that good.
Is there any particular athlete on this year's rugby squad that we should be watching?
We have Braden Pinto. Braden Pinto went to South Africa and trained for I think a month and a half with an academy down there.
Mm-hmm.
So his skill level should be off the charts. Sebastian Tucker would have been amazing. He got injured. He's dealing with injuries right now in football, so I think he's going to take the season off.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Braden Pinto is going to be a big one for us. We're excited to see him kind of take.
What position does he play?
He's either a prop or a hook. So he plays in the front row. He's one of our big guys.
Okay.
But we're really excited to see those guys get out there and get after it.
All right. Do you have any idea of your schedule yet?
Literally have a Zoom call tonight trying to figure out exactly who's in and who's out. There's a lot of ups and downs right now.
Right. So this is not a CIF sport yet. This is a club sport, correct?
It's a club sport. And so a couple years back, we broke off from the club system to make an exclusively high school league with high school standards and dealing with athletic directors and reporting to athletic directors and, you know, Richie in our case, dealing with the trainers so the kids can get back on the field safely. So we've been really pushing for that. And so that's our struggle right now, is trying to get people to buy into this.
So it's kind of like you're trying to be like all the other CIF Saints teams.
Absolutely, yeah.
But it's still not a recognized CIF sport at this point.
Correct. We're in the works of trying to present to CIF. We have athletic directors up in Mission Vista that are going to lead the charge. So we're kind of building our case.
How many teams are in San Diego now?
Well, right now in our league there's 8, and then with the club season, the club organization, I'm not sure how many they have, but I think I saw 6. So potentially.
So those club teams aren't even affiliated with high schools?
They're not as stringent when we say single school. They might have a couple.
They might have a couple, but they're
right. And that's where I'm moving away from. It's like, I want at high school, you're repping your school, and that's what I'm really pushing for.
Okay. So what do you think? How much longer do you think before it's recognized?
I don't know. We have athletic directors that are actively advocating for us. We are talking to CIF people on the side. We're hoping to get our chance to present our case.
That's good. How many actual contests do you have?
Last year we had 10. So we had 10 matches.
So it's like a football season.
Correct.
10, but you don't play on Friday, you play on Saturday.
It depends on field. So Cathedral might get a Friday night. I think Servite might get a Friday night. But for us, we play games on Saturday on our home pitch, which is a huge deal, you know, for our boys to go out there and run around in our colors and be on our pitch. It's massive. And if you guys come to a game, you'll see, I think you saw it last year, we have flags and we have our seniors along. Yeah,
very festive.
Our parents are amazing.
It looks like a medieval jousting event.
It does.
It's about to take place.
We have to make it work. And our parents, that's the beauty of it. Our parents support it. They want it. And they're pushing for us to keep doing things that build the program. And we love it.
Well, Eric, congratulations to you, especially. I know it's hard work to get anything off the ground, and you look like you've been doing it very, very successfully. And we're certainly proud of the program that you built.
Well, thank you. I'm supported by good people. People give me opportunities. I have good people around me with my coaches and the league of people we're trying to push forward. So when you have a good team, you can accomplish good things.
And when is game 1? Just so everyone knows, it's
December 2 or December 9. It depends on this meeting tonight.
Okay, so pay attention for the schedule. It's going to be a young squad, but sounds like pretty exciting.
We're excited. We got boys that are ready to step up and assume roles, and that's what it's about.
It's about. That's
all
right.
about that.
All right. Well, thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Really glad having you here today.
Thank you.
Well, hope you enjoyed the rugby film that we did in the interview. Certainly, things look really bright for that young squad. They've lost a lot of guys, so they have a lot of work cut out for them. We've had a couple of gifts, so I want to recognize those that have made gifts since the last time we did this. Kevin Hogan, thank you, Kevin. Rebecca Kural. It's nice to see all of the kids in line for their dad. Awesome, Rebecca. Matt and Susan Feiner. Thank you, Matt and Susan. Kyle Westland. It was nice seeing you at the basketball game the other night, and thank you for your gift, Kyle. And Jason Coito, thank you as well for your gift. It looks like we had the 2 really large gifts of $100,000 apiece. And it looks like we're going to, we're not sure. We'll come back tomorrow, obviously, with the final, but it looks like well over $250,000 since this morning. Certainly thank everyone out there. We know there's a lot of people asking you to contribute today, and we really appreciate those of you that really gave today to establish a scholarship that we think is going to be very, very special, the Tom Kall Scholarship. And now we'd like to take you out to one of our sites today, Mr. La Morato's site, and here's a little more service that our boys did today.
Hi, my name is Eric Rodriguez. I'm a senior at St. Augustine High School. We're here at San Elijo Lagoon Nature Center, clearing up the trails, making it safer for people to walk on and enjoy the views. I went to school at Arroyo Vista Charter School in Eastlake. That's around the same time that I met Zach Horn through AAU basketball and knew I wanted to become a Saintsman. At Saints, I'm the president of the car club, and we hosted a car show last month, and it was a big community event, and I created a stronger bond with a lot of my Saints brothers. In college, I want to major in business management at a school in Texas and get my master's degree. I had Tom Kall last year as my English teacher, and he challenged me to become a better student, and I am grateful for that. I am happy that Saints is sponsoring a scholarship named after him, because it creates the opportunity for more students to enjoy the Saints lifestyle.
You had to laugh. I mean, there was no way you, instead of thinking you're going to kill them, that you had to laugh at them. That they were just funny. If I corrected a kid, I would go up to them personally and say, "Knock it off." So I was close, and someone else was making a kissing sound while I'm in the kid's ear. Well, naturally, everyone was laughing. I was laughing. It was just fun. It was just plain fun. I can honestly say, I don't think I was ever once truly insulted or hurt or made fun of at Saints, either by faculty or by students. They were always very kind.
The fraternity aspect in the most positive sense of the word, but it's the values that are taught here, the absolute dedication to teaching and helping young men accept boys, graduate men, and that certainly happens.
We're just between periods, shooting the breeze with all the friends. Santa Ana, crystal clear day. Just heard the big crash, big boom. Looked up, saw the plane going down.
Well, one of San Diego's greatest tragedies took place on September 25th, 1978, when a PSA airline crashed. It hit a small Cessna plane and came down in the North Park area, killing 144 people, including 7 people on the ground. And this all happened very close to Saints.
I was in my office in Vasey Hall when the accident occurred, and I could hear the kids running through the alleyway. There's been a plane crash.
I was on my way for a class with a few of my classmates. We were driving, we were coming across 30th and University, and we heard a big, loud boom in the sky. Looked up.
that the film clip that you just watched is a bit heavy, but we wanted you to know that the film really captures the history of St. Augustine High School, and that certainly is part of it. In fact, next year we're building a memorial out on the theater on the outside on Palm Street, memorializing the 144 people who passed that day, and when this building that we're in right now actually served as the morgue. Just for those of you just checking in, and we'll hold this to be true to the end of this year, $100 gift or more gets you the film, the complete film, hour-length film, and $250 gets you the film and my book. And unfortunately, the book will come first come, first serve. So we do have a limited number of copies left, but when they're gone, they're gone. And so right now, I think we're just under 100 copies. So there should be plenty, but hopefully, if you want one, this will be the time for you to do that. Today, we started out today. Chris Cashman and myself started at 8 o'clock at Presidio Little League Field, where we're doing a major cleanup there. It's city-owned property, but it was given to the city for the precise purpose of young kids playing baseball. So there's 4 diamonds there, and the actual Little League organization gets no help from the city whatsoever. So our boys were out helping them clean up today. But we filmed Tom Gall early this morning, sitting on a bench where parents would be watching their kids play baseball. And with the freeway traffic from the 8 behind us, the river on the other side of the San Diego River on the other side of us, and then the 5 freeway to the left of us, to the west of us. So we'd like to end today with this film clip, Tom Gall talking about his 45 years here at St. Augustine High School. It's pretty easy. Well, good morning. Good morning to Giving Tuesday. And you're probably wondering what Tom Gall and I are doing sitting out at a Little League park in the Presidio. But today is also a giving day for our students. We have students that are going to be doing a lot of work out here. I got my work gloves on. I'm going to work. Tom's got his gloves. And but they're going to be doing work at this Little League park for the county, and it's what we do every year. We've been doing it for 4 or 5 years now, and just a wonderful kind of give back. We're just so thrilled to celebrate 100 years of St. Augustine High School, and it's kind of like us giving back to the community a little bit, because the community has been just so amazing to us. We have the trolley in the background. We've got the freeway behind us. So Tom, we have initiated a scholarship in your honor. We announced it at Anthony Watkins' home, Wagner's home, excuse me, just a couple weeks ago. I am told that we're already over $30,000 raised, and that's what we're doing today. Is we're raising money for our endowment fund, and one of those is by establishing scholarships. In this particular scholarship, Tom, where do you want this scholarship? How do you want it to be used?
Well, I'd like to see that it goes to students and families that are truly in need of assistance, because it reminds me obviously of my own family, my parents, who pretty much struggled to send me to Saints, but they would do everything they could to do so. And so those students, again, who want this experience, they should have that opportunity, because it was a wonderful opportunity for me. it made, I wanted to go to Saints. I mean, so I was like in 7th grade. It's the school where I wanted to attend, and I'd like to see those students who have that same passion to come to our school, you know, have that opportunity.
So your legacy goes back a few years. You first started in 1968, I believe.
Yes.
Graduated in 72, and then you put a 45-year career of teaching at Saints and administering to Saints, and you know, you've been there 5 decades. I know it seems like probably yesterday that this all started, but I've been there not even half the time you've been there, and so I know you've seen, you know, monumental changes occurring at the school over the 5 decades that you've been there, and essentially half the time the school's been in existence. You've kind of been involved in all this kind of stuff. So what are some of the big changes that you've seen over the course of your time as a student to today at St. Augustine High School?
Well, obviously a lot of physical changes, but what hasn't changed are the students. They, even when I was a student there, I could hardly wait to go to school. And you know, when you're young, it's like the last thing where you want to be is at school. But Saints just gave you that. It gives students that that passion to want to be there with their friends. Are they learning anything? Of course they are. But at the same time, you know, they're developing friendships. So that part of it hasn't changed. But you know, when we were there, obviously there were a lot more religious that were there, and it's wonderful to have the faculty attend all of the organizations that we have, like you know, obviously VAPA and all of the in-services that we have, so that we make sure that the Augustinian values are throughout the school. The teachers, you know, they buy into it, so do the students. So, you know, yes, our sports program is good, our academic program is the best, and you know, we're getting better at everything. We always want to improve, so we're not stagnant, obviously, and so that's, you know, that's the change that I see, that we always want to be better.
Right. I feel the same tension at school, just in terms of how we go about solving our issues and our problems and our strategic plan and those kinds of things. I'm glad you mentioned, you know, the number of Augustinians that once, you know, plied their trade, so to speak, at the school, and really created a relational school, one that was based on friendship. And what is, I think, remarkable, even as, you know, the numbers have faded in the school seems to have embraced those ideas and have, in an amazing way, created a culture that you probably wouldn't find in very many places. Yeah. So, so now you're teaching English, and have you noticed any change in like the way the students? Because I know you teach freshmen.
Freshmen and juniors.
Juniors, but the freshmen I kind of click in on, because they're meeting maybe the person that understands what it means to be a saintsman better than anyone else. And when you think of being a saintsman, what does that mean to you?
Well, you know, it's, again, we talk about it a lot, but it is the brotherhood. And those freshmen come in and they're, you know, their eyes are wide open. They don't know, they don't get it right away, but they're observing everything. And what they observe are, you know, the upperclassmen, and they see the camaraderie that goes on. They see, you know, they go to the rallies, they go to the games, and they start to embrace that tradition. And that's what's special. And so all of a sudden you see these students who come in a little quiet, you know, they don't want to take that step forward, but eventually they do.
Mm-hmm.
And they come to, they figure it out. They go, you know, this is pretty good. I love this. And then, you know, we do hear those parents that tell us, and I know you've heard it, my son can hardly wait to go to school. He wants to get up and he wants to hurry up and go to school.
Right.
And, you know, we don't know what it is, because there's that mystique that takes place behind those walls.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, to try to define it, I don't want to say it's impossible, but, you know, how do you define it?
Mm-hmm.
And what you define is, you know, hey, they're just having a great time and learning at the same time, but they love being together.
Right. Well, we call it the Saints experience, and I don't really know where that came from or when it first came into popularity, but we know it's all an individual experience.
Sure.
But it's experienced in a brotherhood kind of atmosphere where they feel, I think, loved, respected. It doesn't seem to matter whether you're an athlete or an artist. You play the horn in the band, whatever it is, you're an accepted person in the community. And wow, I mean, that's what we're all seeking, right? Is acceptance.
And it doesn't stop there. I mean, like, you know, at some schools, graduation, and they're gone. That's it.
Right.
But, you know, you see our students, and they either come back or they're doing something, you know, outside of the school, but they stay together. I know even with my own son, all of his buddies, even the ones with whom he went to college, he still hangs out with his classmates.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the same way. I still, you know, I play golf with a couple of my classmates.
I know you do.
And we don't know what happens, but we stay together.
Well, I want to say this. I've always been impressed with you as a human being, as a professional teacher, educator, but I think I'm most impressed with you as a dad and a husband. And it is very clear to me because you never hesitate to bring them with you, whether it's Nick or Rebecca.
My wife.
Your wife, your beautiful wife. You come together as a family to a lot of events, and it makes a statement, I think, of the importance of family and who you are as a dad and as a husband. Just have tremendous respect for you.
Thank you, Ed.
And how you conduct yourself.
Well, we put, you know, obviously families first, and Saints is our family, and we enjoy attending all of the events. We enjoy being at the school. Even my daughter, who's a graduate of OLP, you know, she's closer to the Saints community than she is her own high school community. But it's in our blood.
I know, it's obvious. It's obvious. Well, I really appreciate you taking time. I know you want to get to work with these kids,
of course.
and do the service.
Yeah.
But we're going to raise some money on behalf of your good name and all those years that you have given to the school, which is it's amazing commitment. I look at that and I go, you know, this is what the world needs more of is commitment to the right values. And you certainly, your life has demonstrated, I think, to the community, especially to me, that's your commitment. And that's why you're there, and that's why, you know, it all works so well at the school. Before we break, I just want to say a couple of words about what we're doing. Many of you might not know what an endowment fund is, but it's a restricted fund that goes to help underserved boys attend our school. And we are looking at, I think at the end of the year, we're going to be somewhere around $15 million. Since 2018, when we initiated this drive, we've been raising about $2 million a year for the endowment, and Tom's endowment right now, as I said, it's a little over 30,000. Today, what we would love to do is get it over 100,000, because in that case, it's a scholarship with his name on it. It's permanent, and it'll be there in 500 years. So it'll be the Tom Kural Class of 72 scholarship. So please think about this today. It's a you know, the last couple of days has been, we started off with Thanksgiving, but then it's a lot of consumerism, a lot of that kind of thing going on. And I think today is thinking about other people and making the world a better place. And you can certainly do that, because St. Augustine High School does that every day of its existence. So thanks, Tom, for being with us.
Thank you. Thanks.
And have a good day, and we'll have a good day as well.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Thank you.